Yep, I know I'm muted. I unmuted myself just now. I wasn't trying to do an intro. I was still fiddling with the Discord link and all that. Hello, chat. How's it going? I'm very curious to see who actually turns up for this today. There's been a lot of, let's say, other Deltarune related events maybe competing for attention recently. Hang on, let me just fiddle with my setup. I'm a bit rushed starting today. I didn't anticipate how long it would take to make that somewhat cursed thumbnail there. Just on the back foot a little bit. Okay, there we go. I can see our viewers ticking upward to 85? Is that a mistake? Why are 85 people watching this? What the fuck happened? Alright, never mind. Okay, I'll take it. Hello everyone. Incoming world record stream, most viewers of all time. Everyone wants to see Deltarune fanfiction, apparently. It should be good. We want to see Sans' balls. I'm so glad, JD, that you would say that. Oh god, what is this? I should explain what this is. Here's my intro, okay? So this is a genre of live stream, if you could call it, that I have had a sick fascination with for a very long time. This is one of my like vices, is that I'm big into weird, inexplicable, skeevy, uncomfortable, overall bizarre fan fiction. And you know, a lot of it comes from Sonic. There's My Immortal, that's a classic. Tails Gets Trolled, huge fan of Tails Gets Trolled. Less huge fan of Sonichu, but you know, it's a seminal classic, you can't ignore it. So basically, yeah, like I've watched a lot of Jabroni Mike streams, like the Vinesauce streamer. He does fanfiction, Sonic fanfiction streams a lot, and they're really weird, and I like them for some reason. So I decided that, you know, Undertale and Deltarune, for the size of the fandom, is underrepresented in terms of weird fanfiction content. So I have to make up for that. I'm worried about the type of fan fiction. We're not going to have to listen to smut, are we? No. Okay, so here's some ground rules. It takes a while to curate good fan fiction is the problem for these, right? So your first instinct might be, oh, it's easy. You just go on Wattpad or AO3 and just, they're everywhere, right? But no, it's like, there's plenty of bad fan fiction, but to find like, but not just bad fan fiction, but stuff that's like bizarre enough to be entertaining and also not hardcore porn. Those are the challenges, and I think we've managed to gather a few that fulfill those roles. Some of them are going to be like sincere attempts at fiction that maybe just went a little bit awry or just interesting enough to be considered. And some are going to be intentional shitposts. We have a mix. There's going to be some uncomfortable, like, not safe. I wouldn't say that this is safe for work necessarily, but like, we're not going to go into like explicit sex scenes and stuff or anything too nasty like that. But it's going to get weird. Like, I'm not saying it's not going to be weird. So maybe 114 viewers. What the fuck? Where did you all come from? Whatever, I'm not complaining though. Let's just get going then. So you can see. Let me close Discord first just to make sure. We have our little program here. There's 4 that I plan to read. That may not seem like very many, but these take like a long time to read with the amount of banter like from the streams that I've watched. So I think this is reasonable. And, yeah, I guess before I start, I have to do a disclaimer, right? Is like, that this type of content, the reading of questionable fan fiction, has the potential to be kind of mean-spirited. If you know, you're taking something that someone's made and kind of making fun of it. That is necessary. I'm not saying we're not doing that. It's very funny and all that, but like, I just wanted to emphasize like that. This kind of what you might call cringy fan fiction is it's the kind of stuff that like I don't think people should be too embarrassed about having written. Like I'll admit, like I wrote a fan fiction at one point back in 2016. I don't like looking back at it now. I hope that no one ever finds it, I'll put it that way. So a lot of fan fiction's written by young kids, a lot of it's written by people who don't speak English as a first language, and we shouldn't hold it against them, but like at the same time it is very, very funny, so. I too have written fan fiction, chat says. I'm sure half the people in chat have written them. Actually, the last one here was submitted specifically for this stream. So this one's a bit of a cheeky insert, but the rest are like legitimate wild specimens here. This guy is going to be the centerpiece. I'm looking forward to that, but we're going to work up to it. I'm going to turn on my mouse cursor capture just a second here. Capture cursor. Did it work? I can't tell if it worked. I don't think it did. Is it only if it's focused? Oh, there it is. I have to focus on the window, then it works. Okay. This is how I'll be gesticulating. Andrew bought the Birdley statue. I did not. Oh yeah, okay, I should also address, there's a lot of shit to address. Toby Fox has been going hard this last few days. The whole Spamton Sweepstakes, ARG, that's not an ARG, I know it's not an ARG, all that bullshit's been happening. I know about it, my Discord server's been going nuts about it, and I know they're going to be doing a stream for half an hour at 6 o'clock today, so I'm going to pause the fanfiction for that, and then I'll restream that, so none of you have to leave. You can sit in your gamer chairs, and I'll just steal their stream, and you can watch it here, so that'll be good. But for now, I want to keep the focus on the fan fiction. We got to get started here. Let's crack this baby open. Oh, I have it over here, actually. Not reading Shopstuck. I still don't know what Shopstuck is, JD. You'll have to be a bit more obvious if you want me to figure it out. $10 from 404 user not found. Nice, donations popping off already. Are we getting a player X Peepus fanfic? No, there's actually no user X character fanfiction here. I'm sure there's a lot of it, but like again, we had to go through a bunch and sort of pare it down to what might work for the stream. Like mostly they just have to be really short and not explicit. So, all right, let's go. Let's read first fanfiction. This is actually an Undertale fanfic, just as a warm up. Shamrock Shakes. This is a shit post, but let's go. I have no idea how I'm going to voice any of these characters, by the way. I'm just going to wing it. Like I've never done an Undertale or Deltarune Let's Play here. The fur on Toriel's leg stuck to the front of the car seat, caked in sweat brought on by the abnormally hot weather. The lack of a roof didn't help much. She tried to ignore it by focusing on the way the sun burned her retinas as it reflected off the passing cars. Sans was driving. Well, Sans and Papyrus. Papyrus was working the pedals while Sans turned the steering wheel. Toriel had asked once if this type of driving was legal, to which Papyrus replied, "Worry not, Sans is a little too short, but with the great Papyrus helping him, he'll be just fine." Currently, the brothers talked together excitedly, seemingly oblivious to the intense heat. Maybe that was because neither had skin. "Whoa, Pap, slow down," Sans said abruptly. "Why?" Papyrus screamed. "It's March. We gotta get Shamrock Shakes from Mickey D's." That sounded interesting. "What are Shamrock Shakes?" Toriel asked. "Only the second best thing on the planet, T." Sans turned the wheel, cutting across 3 lanes and hitting the curb to McDonald's. There was a long line in the drive-thru, but there was a gap just before the menu for them to squeeze in. The cracked yellow speaker shrieked, then a dull voice spoke. "Welcome to McDonald's. What can I get you today?" "Can I get a premium buttermilk crispy chicken deluxe sandwich?" Papyrus yelled at the top of his non-existent lungs before turning.
What would you like, Miss Toriel?
An egg McMuffin.
1 egg McMuffin!
And 1 kid's meal, throw in an extra cutie,
Sans added.
Yes, and 3 shamrock shakes.
Make it 6.
6 shamrock shakes.
They waited for 2 minutes before the voice returned.
That'll be 3083 at the first window.
Thanks.
Papyrus slammed on the gas, then the brake, since the car in front of them still hadn't moved. 6 shamrock shakes? Toriel asked, absently fanning herself.
2 for each of us,
Papyrus beamed. Sans swung his legs, apparently having enough room to do so.
Hope you're not lactose intolerant, else you're gonna be pooping for days, like Alfie's was.
The car ahead finally pulled forward. Papyrus followed while scraping a melted $50 bill from between the seat. A melted 50? Are they in Canada? I didn't know they had plastic money in the, whatever the settlement is above Mount Ebbet.
I do not believe that I am.
The first window folded open, jamming halfway. The employee pushed it back again, causing one of the crumpled cancer awareness stickers to flutter to the pavement.
3083.
I should disclose I have a bit of a personal connection to this because I used to work at McDonald's, and furthermore, for most of the time I worked there, I was working the drive-through window. So this is literally me, and that line about the cancer awareness sticker falling to the ground, like that hits. This person knows what they're talking about. What's chat think of all this? God, there's a lot of chat. There's not usually this much chat. This is just a warm-up, by the way. Like, this is just a bit of fun. We're working into this. There's going to be, like... It's going to get a whole lot more intense later on. I just thought this would be a fun way to start.
3083.
Papyrus hands over the 50, then watched patiently as the employee counted out change.
Now pull up to the second window. Thank you for the
The window cracked shut before he could finish.
Wowee, they must be really busy.
When you're working fast food, you gotta go fast, bro.
That does make sense, Papyrus shrieked.
I love it when the this is like a hallmark of crack fiction, I think, is just every time the word says would be used, it's substituted with some ridiculous synonym. I kind of love that. Are we going home after this? We have been shopping all day and I'm rather tired. Toriel huffed, sounded patient but absolutely drained.
T, you want to take a sip of that Shamrock Shake, you're gonna be ready to run marathons. That's right, multiple marathons.
I certainly hope. Toriel and Sans simultaneously lurched backward when Papyrus obliterated the gas pedal with his heavy boot. The car in front of them barely rolled their window back before desperately swerving out of the way. Damn, good reaction time on that car. The McDonald's employee didn't look up from their order screen.
Buttermilk chicken sandwich, egg McMuffin, and a kid's meal?
We got the shakes with that,
Sans offered helpfully.
Right, 6 shakes.
Yep.
The employee turned to pick up a paper sack and a red cardboard box, handing it to Papyrus. They adjusted their headset, then turned and handed over 2 shakes.
Miss Toriel, do you mind holding the bags?
Of course not. Soriel, oops. Ship status revealed. Toriel set the white bag between her feet and the kid's meal on her lap. He watched Papyrus cram the first 2 shakes into the front cup holders, then stretched backward to pull the next 2, to put the next 2 in the back cup holders. That left him with 2 Shamrock Shakes and no more cup holders.
Well, it would seem we've made a slight miscalculation.
I love how there's no indicated character speaking here. I'm just like, figure it out. Figure it out, dumbass. All right.
Dude, why don't you just hold it?
Oh yes, brilliant idea, brother.
Without warning, the car took off again, driving directly through McDonald's front bushes and hitting the curb a second time.
Why don't you try a shake, T?
All right. Toriel dug a straw out of the white sack and popped it into one of the shakes. The car sped down the middle of 2 lanes as Sans reached over to wrestle a ketchup packet from the kid's meal death trap.
So, how is it?
Toriel swallowed 2 sips she had taken. This is the most disgusting thing I've ever tasted. Thick end. Round of applause, everyone. What a great start. I'm proud to have read that beautiful work of fiction. So criticisms, Papyrus not speaking in all caps makes it kind of weird. You could have skipped a lot of those like character speaking notations as long as you made Papyrus speak in caps, but I don't know. It smacks of a lack of effort, personally. Otherwise, masterpiece, I love it. Perfect verisimilitude with the cancer sticker falling off the window. Ideal, frankly. Viewership is still increasing. I have no idea why people want to watch this. This is a... I decided to do this stream like as a joke. Like, I don't know. Oh well. This really makes you feel like a McDonald. People are bored waiting for Toby's stream. I knew I could capitalize off that somehow. I thought I could get my my video really big by posting it on Undertale's anniversary. That's not working so far, but the live stream, people apparently want to see Deltarune fanfiction still, so... How many more of these streams? I don't know. Apparently, about 50 at this rate, if I get this many viewers each time. Half-Bred Chaos is here, by the way. Yes, Half-Bred Chaos is here. So that was a nice warm-up, but, like, this really is just a warm-up, like, a way to ease into the experience. It's just gonna get weirder, and then we're gonna get to Umris, and it's gonna be like, you're all gonna be wondering why you joined the stream. Okay, so this next one here, this is not a shit post. This is a sincerely written fanfiction. It's part of a series, actually, like a 6 or 7 part series, still ongoing. Like the latest installment was like 2 days ago or something. Oh, can I zoom in a bit? Maybe that's a good idea. How's this look? Oh, why was I zoomed out so far? Okay, there we go. That should be good. We don't need to zoom in here, though. $2 from Irving the Fourth. You're back from the Earthbound streams. Very cool. Because you're a good reader. I do take pride in my ability to read English sentences sometimes. I'm pretty good at that, yeah. Back to the topic at hand here. I'll be here. This is a several-part AU where I don't know exactly what characters. It seems to be all the Darkners. Essentially, all the Darkners are at college together. There doesn't seem to be anything to do with Deltarune's plot. They're just at college, in like, you know, sharing dorms and toking up and fucking each other occasionally. It's great, honestly. They tackle a lot of big social issues. It's good, and this is honestly fairly competently written. It's just like the confluence of the subject matter and the characters who star in it make it very surreal and special, I think. So, and we were originally going to read a work from later in the series that was a bit more dramatic, but it turned out, spoilers, that it ended essentially with Rule's card being roofied, and we didn't really want to go there for the stream, so we backtracked it a bit to an earlier installment where everything was a little bit more innocent still, so this should be good. So this is the sequel to Take On Me. All of these are named after 80s pop songs for some reason, which would be funny, except that there's a fanfiction author I really like who does the same thing, so I can't even pretend that it's unfamiliar to me. This is good. It's an 80s college AE, by the way. They're in college in the 80s, whatever exactly that means. A lot of this may be taken from personal experience, I don't know. But, who's the author? Rules Rue is the author. And I'm confident no one is going to bully or harass them, because this isn't terrible, it's just weird. Let's get going here. But also none of it's written with any capital letters. I'm not sure why. That's just a thing. That's just a thing that this author does. It was pretty rare for Rules to jump out of bed in the morning, ready to start the day. Jevel was always the first to wake up and leave, followed by Sham. A few little whaps of Sham's paw against his cheek and Rules would wake up too, but today that wasn't even necessary. He didn't need to be dragged out of bed, he didn't need to drink 1,000 cups of coffee to wake up all the way. Today was study with spades. His shitty sleep schedule wasn't going to hold him back this time. Out of all of Shakespeare's works, Macbeth had always been Rules' favorite, what with his lessons on trust and integrity, and what a delight it would be to share the masterpiece with spades. Spades! In fact, he was so excited for it, he'd almost forgotten he actually had actual classes that morning. He was in the middle of loading his bag with Shakespeare when Sham walked up behind him, placing a gentle hand on his shoulder. "Morning," they said, resting their chin on top of his head and glancing down at what he was packing. "Don't we have medieval studies this morning, Rue?" Medieval studies, right, shit.
God damn it!
Sham snickered and kissed the top of Rule's head before walking over to the bathroom to get dressed. Excited for your study date? Rules nodded. Might want to put on some pants for that, or Spades will get the wrong idea. Looking down, he noticed he was, in fact, still only wearing his silk nightshirt and plaid boxer shorts. Maybe he wasn't as ready for the day as he had initially thought. He unpacked some of the study materials from his bag, switching them out with the textbooks and notebooks he actually needed for his morning class. What's chat doing? So we're in college? Yep. We're in college. Correct pronouns? Yep. Although for some reason, I'm not sure if it'll come up, but Jevil is its in this AU, which is like, okay, sure, I guess. Sham straight up talking like a Morrowind Dark Elf. I guess that's what I'm doing. I'm sort of imitating like the voice that Joel did it, you know. Is there a link to the doc? If you go to my Discord server, you can see the doc. It should be posted somewhere. Jevil can do anything as dark powers bend the rules of grammar. Yes. That fits for Jevil. I have no idea what the IRL use of its pronouns are. I've never met anyone who wanted to be called that, so I don't understand. But apparently, this person thought it mapped to Jevil in this context. You'd think it would be any all, if anything. But no, this is their world. They get to decide what the pronouns are. This is fan fiction. It's all fine. Yo, I just got here. Welcome to the stream. Okay, where was I? Once they were both dressed and packed, Rules and Sham left the dormitory. It seemed that Malleus was on the front desk duty today. He nodded in greeting at both of them as they signed out. They then left the building, arms linked, heading in the direction of the campus cafe before class. So it's like Sham is like kissing. He's like kissing, or they're kissing Rules. They're walking with their arms together. Are they like? But the fic is about Rule crushing on the King of Spades. Are they like in a polycule situation? It seems like the kind of fic where they'd just be in a polycule, and it would never be commented on. Or maybe they're just like, it's not even defined. They're just like, just casual fuck buddies on the side, no big deal. The air was crisp as they walked, and Rules was pretty thankful for all of the coverage that his jacket provided, and jealous of the fact that Sham could still wear short sleeves in the chilly November air. They had on a white button-up and a sweater vest. Rules wished he could wear a white button-up and a sweater vest. There's a bit of, like Beastars energy. That later one had it was a major plot point that Rules' species was cold-blooded or something, so there's a bit of that angle going on here where like Rules is some sort of cold-blooded creature and he can't handle the cold. Hey, Rules. Rules glanced up at Sham.
What is it?
I don't know. I guess I just wanted to know if anything would change between us if you started dating Spades. The question wasn't loaded, didn't have any hidden meanings. Rules could tell Sham was just curious. That's what Rules liked about Sham. They were fairly to the point. I'm gonna get some tea, actually. I feel like my Sham voice isn't really on point. I gotta get the tea going. Love the Rules voice. I'm trying. It's really weird to read dialogue by Rules card that isn't like mangled Shakespearean dialogue. Like some of this is a little bit, but the author like was sort of half-assing it. So a lot of it's just sort of vernacular prose, and it's really uncanny to read Rules card without the Shakespeare bullshit. Why isn't it? I don't know. I didn't write the fanfiction. What's the order of the fics? Were they commenter chosen? The order of the fics was chosen by me. They were submitted by people on my Discord, and I pruned it down to like the best ones that I thought would fit for the stream. I have a legitimate audience for this. 200 viewers. Yes, apparently there is. Apparently. I've tapped into a A hidden niche. Okay. I wouldst like to bethink not. He didn't seemeth particularly bothered when he hath... Oh, no, this is still dialogue. For some reason, I thought the dialogue stopped. I wouldst like to bethink not. He didn't seemeth particularly bothered when he hath asked about us last night. And he did drop the subject at which hour I hath said we weren't a-courting. Rules smiled. I am certain everything shall beest fine. So that was something about... I have to actually translate that now into what he said. He didn't seem bothered when he asked about last night. He dropped the subject. We weren't... Okay, so Spades was like asking whether Rules and Sham here were an item, maybe? I think that's what he's getting at. Slipping into Mario for a sec. I'm going for like a fake Middle English thing, but I don't know how to do a Middle English accent at all, so it'll just sound like Mario. Yeah, I just have to accept that. Mamma mia! Rules card, Italian lizard confirmed. Yes, pretty much. I just don't want to have to spend all my time with Jevil. A light smirk crossed their face then, and they lightly elbowed Rules in the ribs. Just do us a favor. If you and Spades are having alone time, put a sock on the door. Fie, of course. After what hath happened with Jevil, I wouldn't bethink otherwise. Rules huffed before he finally realized what Sham had been saying. Oh my god, Sham! I am not going to have sex with Spades. I'm just saying in case. Sham pushed open the door to the cafe, the little bell tinkling to signal their entry. The bell was accompanied by a well-rehearsed, "Welcome to Color Cafe," from someone who I don't know who said that yet. A valorous morning to thou, Swatch, Rules responded to the barista. Okay, Swatch is the barista, perfect. What does Swatch sound like? Wait, what is this rated? You mean in terms of like ESRB? This should be pretty tame so far. I don't think this one has any like sex in it. The later ones definitely do. I'll let you know on a fic by fic basis. Oh, the AO3 rating? Oh, I didn't even think to check that. Hang on. No archive warnings, teen and up. There you go. It's like a high school drama kind of thing. But later in this, again, later in this series of fics, it gets a lot more intense. Okay, where were we? Swatch. He's got a pretty large upper body. I'm not sure if I can work with that.
Hello, Rules. Sham, it's quite chilly outside. How can I warm your day?
Swatch looked between Sham and Rules, their glasses glinting as they did so. Oh, this is back... wasn't it just recently in the Sweepstakes that Spamton confirmed that Swatch uses he, him, or something? So this is accurate up until the time of writing. I'll have my usual caramel latte, Sham said, shrugging. I guess that's 2 caramel lattes then, since you wanted to try one, Rue. Canon, Sham goes for caramel lattes. How do you make that ping thing? I don't know what you mean, ping thing. Chat says, I always wanted to get into reading these, though the dialogue makes me want to hide under a fridge. Is there any that people would recommend? I mean, the one fanfic author that I always recommend is Courier New on AO3, so that's a sincere recommendation, but if you're talking about like weird ones, then I don't know, that those are much harder to come by. Good weird. And by the way, I budgeted for time on these, assuming that I'd spend like a lot of time talking to chat, so it, hopefully like I don't have to keep reading like an audiobook here just to get through all these. Do you get asked enough to have a recommendation off the top of your head? Well, no, it's just that I only ever read one author, like, actually who writes fan fiction, so it's the only one I can recommend. Wait, if Jevil is the roommate, are you telling me he didn't wake up Rules out of mischief before he left? Dude, I don't know what Jevil's doing in this canon. There's a later one of these fics in the series about Jevil being slut-shamed for sleeping around too much, so that look forward to that if you want to read this yourself. Where were we again? I keep losing the track here. Maybe the tea's cool. Swatch turned their gaze to Rules just to affirm what was that was what he wanted, and Rules gave them a thumbs up.
Okay, would either of you like anything to eat? And is this separate or together?
Together, put it on my tab.
Sham then proceeded to grab a muffin from the display case. So, it's so fucking mundane. Like, I've done this exact thing at my university cafe. Just the, let me just picture like Sham going to grab the blueberry orange, or what is it, cranberry orange muffin before his morning class. It's really funny to me, I don't know. Rules could tell the muffins were fresh, but the sweet aroma of baked goods hanging in the air. They bake them on site at their university? Holy shit. They must really pay out the ass for the tuition if they're baking them on site.
Want anything, Rue?
Rules also grabbed a muffin.
2 muffins?
Sham nodded.
Yep, thanks for that.
Of course.
They finished writing down the orders on the cups and passed them off to their significant other, Spamton. Wonderful. I did kind of know this was a thing, but like reading it out loud it hits different. Spamton was there. It's like the camera just zooms out and the Spamton was out of frame the whole time as a jump scare. Who sat to pass them off to their significant other, Spamton, who set to work on the lattes.
They should only be a few minutes,
they said, regarding Shaman Rules with a smile before returning their attention to the next customer. Deltarune, but it's average college activities. This one is like, it's either incredibly boring or incredibly entertaining if you're looking at it through the lens I am, where it's just like, why is any of this happening? That's basically the appeal to me. This was a lot of what the the Jabroni Mike Sonic fanfiction streams. It was just like these very campy, out-of-the-box romance drama stories, but just with Sonic characters subbed in for no fucking reason, and it was just surreal, just deeply surreal. The pair walked over to a comfy couch in the corner and plopped down, waiting for their orders to be filled. Rules took the time to appreciate the warm string lights and the mismatched lamps around the shop. He was like really taking in the curated hipster decor of the university coffee shop. While Sham examined their closets. Like the attention to detail. Rules is just really into those string lights, I don't know. Examined their claws, and of course they both ate their muffins. Their calm muffin silence was interrupted by the sound of something clattering and splashing on the floor, followed by Spamton's odd, glitchy voice, crouching in frustration. Fuck! Rules glanced up to see Spamton covered in coffee, literal steam coming out of his ears, and from what it looked like, the coffee he dropped when he had been his and Sham's. Spamton just like canonically scalds his face off during the story, and it's never brought up again, I hope. Not giving Spamton dialogue such a cop-out? I'm a little bit glad because I have no idea how I'd voice him. Swatch held up a polite hand to the person they'd been helping, and immediately scooped Spamton up before he had a full-on meltdown. Oh, he has to like cradle him like a baby and burp him over his shoulders so he'll calm down? Why is that so in character for some reason? Like, they disappeared into the back and Swatch emerged a few minutes later by themselves, giving Rules and Sham an apologetic look. Spamton had to be hospitalized, or either that or restrained, I don't know. Do we think Swatch should break up with Spamton? Spamton seems shitty and lame. This is the author's world, okay? What they say goes. Oh, he's the "it burns, stop, it burns" guy after all, yeah. Apparently that just means spilling a Rules Card's latte on his face. One time I scalded my face in the middle of Starbucks, and after I went to gently blow my coffee, ended up sneezing straight into it. Yes. It's a universal experience, I'm sure, JD. Swatch is an I can fix him kind of person. This is before, like, you know, this is, I'm assuming, like, post-canon, so, like, their relationship went really far south after this. Like, really far south. Viewership is still climbing? I don't know. I don't know why. Should Swatch dump Spamton? Vote now on your phones! Yeah. Apparently Spamton was not sentenced to death in the, Sweepstakes charity donation incentive, I don't know what to call it. His freedom was granted by the community, so make of that what you will. Alright, where are we going? Is the music too loud, by the way? I didn't ask how the music was compared to my voice. I think it's a bit louder maybe than the previous streams. Music is good? Alright.
I'm sorry, let us remake those for you.
Rules shook his head.
Oh, Swatch, 'tis not that big of a Nonsense, it will take no time at all.
Swatch waved over another barista who began to remake Shaman Rule's drink. But no character for the barista? No reference? I'm gonna assume it's, Burger Pants or something, Pizza Pants. Even though he's a lightener, doesn't fucking matter, who cares? It's Pizza Pants' ashes that were thrown into a dark fountain. Within minutes, they were all alone and they left for class. So that just happened.
I'm glad Swatch is patient with Spamton.
Shaw mused as they made their way to the liberal arts building, swirling their coffee cup around.
I know a lot of people who would not be able to put up with him.
Rules nodded in agreement. Spamton had those weird glitches sometimes, and because of that, he would often drop things or accidentally bump into people.
I know if Spamton was embarrassed. I've not seen him looketh so red.
Sham half chuckled, half-hearted, and held the door for Rules.
Be glad it didn't take longer than it did, though. If we were late for class again, Professor would be redder than Spamton.
Oh, you card, Sham. Who's the professor, I wonder? What's the name of this fanfic? It's I'll Be There. In the Tales from the Alkeen Dorm Room series? Is that, oh, Gaster's the professor, yeah. That makes sense. So here this is fascinating. They seem to be like working Spamton's character, like his gimmick, into some sort of like commentary on like some sort of disability that he has, which is fascinating. This is a sincere attempt at writing here, but it's just like, it's a test of whether you as a reader, I think there's a line that you cross, each person individually, whether the contrast between the subject matter and the source material just becomes so much that you can't take it seriously under any circumstances, and I think I've crossed that personally here, as a using Spamton as a metaphor for like legitimate, I don't know, mental illness or something. I don't know what Spamton is a metaphor for, if anything. MatPat mental illness.png, yeah. It's fascinating. It's the same as with the Sonic fanfics. It's like, you have this thing you want to write about. It may or may not have anything to do with Deltarune or Sonic the Hedgehog or whatever, but it's the only thing you want to write about in terms of subject matter, and Deltarune is the only thing you want to write about in terms of setting. So you just do it. You just make them the same thing, no matter what. And it leads to some fascinating crossovers in terms of subject matter. After a few hours of classes, Rules met up with Sham and Jevil in the cafeteria. Jevil had already polished off his first can of soda and was working on its second. As usual, it was bouncing off the walls. There it is, Jevil. They had both already gotten their food. Jevil, how do I...
Rulesy!
Jevil cried when it saw Rules, its grin growing even wider than it already was. Sham simply offered Rules a side hug and a kiss on the forehead. Wait, what's the... Oh, they're meeting after class again. Okay, but Jevil's also here. I was picturing for some reason like Rules and Sham walking in together to meet Jevil, and then in response to the greeting, Sham just like kisses Rules for no reason. It would have been kind of awkward. This makes a bit more sense.
Yeseth! I totally didn't spend all morning daymering about it.
Jevil chuckled.
Well, 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 I can see you're all dressed up for it. Are you guys getting food, or are you just meeting up?
I'm not certain.
What? Then you should go right now.
Jevil began to shove Rules in the direction of the door.
Go meet up with him. I don't even see him here.
Jevil? Sham snatched it up by the collar of its shirt, somehow glaring at it calmly.
Lay off.
Then they looked up at Rules, smiling sheepishly.
I do also think you should go, though.
Why?
Well, what if the food gets cold? I was one of the first ones in here, and I didn't see spades at all.
Sham patted Rules' shoulder, still holding Jevil in their other hand.
Go, it's okay.
What's the name of the typing quirk where you type the first letters in capitals and with full punctuation and stuff? Queen. I don't know. I don't know if they have canonical names by the International Society of Typing Quirks. All the people tuning into this madness, yeah. We're still in a bit of a calm before the storm here. This is pretty chill. Weird but chill. Oh, is that Kanaya's? Yeah, that was Kanaya's quirk. It's camel case? Camel case is usually when you're not putting spaces between the words, though. That's like used in programming variables. This whole school is gay. Yes, Remnant. Very accurate. This author had LGBT rep on the mind, and they were not going to be denied it, so. It's their world, as Bob Ross would say. Everyone is as gay as possible. Okay, what's, it's okay, yes. They're all telling Rules to go to his date with the Spades King, who is a football jock, I believe, in this, AU. Rules pursed his lips in hesitation, but finally decided that maybe his friends were right.
All righteth, see thou later.
Good luck!
Jevil snickered and waved as Sham put it down and waved too. Rules smiled and left the cafeteria, pulling his jacket tighter around himself. He had hoped that Sham and Jevil would come with him at least, but apparently not. And it was so cold today.
It is okay, the Rules. You can just find a comfort in Macbeth.
Oh, what the hell? That wasn't going to work. Shakespeare or not, he'd never be able to focus around Spades. Why had he agreed to this? The only thing Spades would be learning is how big of a Noid Rules was. Was that a reference to the Domino's pizza ad? I'd never heard it outside of that.
Avoid the Noid!
What the fuck is a Noid, says chat? I don't know. I don't know either. I guess I can show you a picture of what the Noid I'm thinking of is. Hang on. Like there, that's the Noid. Rules is referencing that for some reason, unbeknownst to anyone else. Oh, that's Shamrock Shakes again. We don't want that. Secret villain for chapter 3. It's the 80s after all. Was that an 80s thing? Maybe this is just like hyper verisimilitude, and it's lost on me because I wasn't born then. If this is in the 80s, I wonder, does that imply, like, this must just be retroactive because the author likes the aesthetic. I'm assuming that this isn't actually being written by a 50 to 60-year-old person. It'd be kind of funny if it was. Will I be linking the fics in the description? They will all be available. I think it's pinned in my Discord server if you want to get the document, but I could put them in the description afterward too, for convenience. One of them it's impossible to link though, and you'll see why. He finally made it to the courtyard, but Spades was nowhere to be found. All that fussing and rushing for absolutely no reason. Rules sucked in a breath and walked over to a candy tree, trying his very hardest not to melt out of embarrassment. Oh, he canonically melts. That's a... Is that a thing people like headcanon? I don't know. His sprite kind of looks like he's melting. I have no fucking idea what's going on with Rules' whole design, to be honest. He looks like a disaster. Flip. Some of his slime dropped on his shoe. Oh, answer to the next sentence. He's a slime being. Okay, makes sense. So much for trying not to melt. He's just something. Of course Spades wasn't there. Rules wasn't even that surprised. Sure, there was ample time for Spades to prove him wrong, but it was already 15 minutes into lunch. If Spades had been planning on studying, he would have been here by now. Rules sighed. Due to his own pride, he refused to go back to the dining hall. He wasn't ready. He really wasn't in the mood for Jevil, and at this point during the day, Sham and Jevil were a package deal. Oh, okay, so like, they take turns. They pass the blunt, so to speak. There could not be one without the other. Not only that, but it'd be embarrassing. Damn. Rules got majorly stood up. Tragic. What's this fanfic even about? It's a bit hard to describe. All the Darkners seem to be at college together in the 80s, and all the plot points from Deltarune are gone except for them existing and being the same characters theoretically. That's basically what's happening right now. And Rules really wants a piece of that Spade ass. More or less. Mr. Streamer, if you have to have a favorite Deltarune ship, what would it be? I'm not going there. I know better than to go there. I wished he could pick the candy from the tree, but unfortunately that was against the rules. The campus band's picking the marshmallow candies from the tree? That's unfortunate. He waited a few more minutes, then stood up and went back to the Alkine Hall. Is that a reference to something, by the way? This is the name of the college, but I don't recognize the name. To get started on his schoolwork. He was probably going to leave a trail of blue slime behind him, but he couldn't care less. That must be a real problem, holy shit. Everything gets slimy. He signed in at the front desk. No one was there to greet him, but from the abandoned Walkman blaring, admittedly good ska music through its headphones. It had to be one of those Radiohead guys. What were their names again? I thought ska music was Asriel's thing. I thought we were gonna get an Asriel cameo for a second here. Alkine is a chess guy? A French-Russian chess player. Okay, that wasn't the answer I was expecting, but alright. Oh, it was Tom York. Okay, that makes sense. He checked the clock on the wall for the time and scribbled it down before making his way to room 412, the second room on the first floor of the 4th dorm building. That's really specific. I'm glad he pinned that down so we don't forget. That's for where the Unity adaptation into like when this fanfiction becomes like a dating simulator video game. We're gonna need that data to keep it accurate. He unlocked the door and dropped his backpack the second he made it inside, knowing damn well that one of them would probably trip over it later. Oh well, he was too discouraged to care. He took the books needed out of the bag and settled himself on his bed, trying to distract himself from being upset over being stood up. Guess Spades hadn't wanted a date after all. Damn. So that was ended on a bit of an anticlimax, I'm afraid. I haven't read all of these, like I skimmed them to make sure there was nothing horrific. The one I previously wanted to read from this series was a little bit more wacky, but again, it ended in like date rape, basically, so I don't really know if I want to read that on stream. I'm tempted still, to be honest, but it would be kind of maybe a downer. Am I going to do more? Oh yeah, we're just getting started. Please do not, chat says. Okay. We can handle it, we're a big boy, that'd be a lot. Aw, hell nah. Please do? Chat is like divided over whether we want the rules card gets roofied fic. No, bro. No, do it. Make a poll. Nope. Oh my god, chat's going fast. Do I actually have to do a straw poll for this? That would be gross. Yes. Don't. Yes. Oh no. I didn't expect it to be so divisive. People who don't want it will leave. That's true. That may actually like force people out of the stream if people don't want it. I don't think I'm going to do it. Just for the sake of like, I know people want it, but like, I think the people who don't want it for stronger reasons than the people who want that. So, we're just gonna stick to the schedule. It'll probably put us under a time constraint if I add that one on too. So, if you're really curious, you can go find the series yourself and read the. I think that one should be higher. They all go to a bonfire party. Okay, so that was the ending of the. A little bit anticlimactic, but you get the idea. It's a funny slice of life. This next one though, and I'm glad we have our peak stream viewership for this. This next one is sort of the main event here. The previous, we've been working up to it. I didn't want to immediately like jump into the deep end here, but this is Umris. And this one is going to be a bit brutal to get through. I don't know where it came from. I asked people on my Discord server to send in recommendations, and most of them came in the form of AO3 links. This one was a paste bin link. I have no idea where it comes from or who the author is. It's just a raw text dump that someone saved. I have a suspicion that it became notorious enough that the original author deleted it or something like that. People apparently kind of know about this fic in chat, so I don't know how notorious this is. But it's weird, and it gets pretty explicit in terms of like sex scenes, but I've removed those. I made like my own sort of edit of it where the really unmentionable stuff is like censored out. So we'll be skipping that. It's still gonna be weird and horny though, so don't bring your kids to this, I guess. Just nothing brutally explicit. Anyway, this is not on the internet. It is on a WordPad document that I'm just going to now swap the stream to. Wait, why isn't it detecting the window? Come on, OBS, don't do that. Oh, here it is. Okay. Here we go. Okay, that's a bit too big. It's gonna be hard to read if it's that big. Okay. What is chat's reaction to all this? I wonder. Are we reading a horny Deltarune fanfic right now? We're going to very soon. The censored version is 1984. Another disclaimer not to harass the authors. Very true, especially that last dude. Like, they seemed to have very good intentions, and it wasn't even that badly written. It's just the subject matter is intensely bizarre to me, so I thought it was funny. This one, the author is unknown and like purged from history, so I think we're safe here. Okay, so let's just jump right in here. This is, well, maybe I won't really preface this with the description. Let's just start reading and you'll have the same experience I did when I skimmed this. Okay. Cold light was flowing into the room from a small window on the opposite wall. It deepened the silhouettes of furniture, giving them a mysterious aura. Is this a chair? Is this a lamp? Does it matter? Silhouettes aren't real objects. Just like shadows, you can't make a shadow of a pigeon or a lamp. Oh, sorry. You can make a shadow of a pigeon or a lamp, but that doesn't mean that it will fly or that it will light up. Even if you knew whose shadow it was, you would be foolish to assume with certainty who it was. But what if you can only see shadows? Just like now. Only shadows and silhouettes. And a window. He took a drag, tip of a cigarette glowed... Sorry. He took a drag, tip of a cigarette glowed how red... The grammar in this fic is a little bit fucked sometimes, so I'm gonna keep tripping over that. He took a drag, tip of the cigarette glowed how red, illuming his fingers. Something like that. Okay, how am I gonna voice these? I don't really have good voices for either of these characters. I'll try a few things.
Are you awake?
Yeah, he said, blowing out smoke. I couldn't really sleep. She was seated on a bed for a good hour now, looking at the room, thinking about the shapes. This is the lamp, this isn't the lamp. It's something very similar to the lamp, standing right where that lamp was yesterday, imitating it to perfection with its grey outlines. This is very deep, very, like, lots of heavy thoughts going on in this one, so pay attention to the use of, like, narrative conceits, visual imagery, metaphor, all that good stuff. I don't understand what's happening. It's intended. This is a slow burn. This is really long too, by the way. This is going to be a lot longer than the previous ones.
Lay down at 7,
she said, wrapping her arm around his abdomen. No, I'm getting up.
I'm not staying here by myself. At least give me a smoke.
Saying that, she let go of his waist and sat beside him. He poked out one cig from the pack of Dunhills and lifted it to her muzzle, lighting it up when she grasped it with her teeth. She inhaled almost half of it at once and blew it out with her nostrils. Grey fumes filled the room. Dunhill sponsorship, by the way. That's canon to Deltarune now. What character is this? Oh, just wait. The pin will drop.
Do you want some coffee?
She asked, burrowing her snooze into his head. I'm guessing that's snout.
And you smell. Take a shower.
Nah, I'm fine, and you smell too. Saying that, he grabbed her breast through the white shirt.
Christ, you're annoying.
She calmly pulled his hand away.
Well, I'm getting some coffee. Could you make breakfast just this once?
Sure, he replied, getting up and putting out his smoke in the silhouette of an ashtray. The kitchen was better lit. A big window was filling it with still, grey light. Susie took a jug with black liquid and poured herself a big mug of it. Birdley was already pulling eggs from the fridge. There we go. It all makes sense now. This is one of the fanfics of all time. Bruh. Who calls coffee black liquid? I don't know. It's a beautiful turn of phrase. It reminds me of in all those the Sonic the Hedgehog fanfics where no one would call Sonic by name. They just refused. It was always the Hedgehog, the Blue Blur, the small quilly mammal, the, you know. It's more poetic if you say it, if you just call it something descriptive instead of using the name. Susie sounds like she smokes 8 packs a day. Apparently she does. I don't know how to voice Susie. This, like, I want you to, I'm hoping you're all picturing this in like a black and white French New Wave film, by the way. I think that's what the intent is here.
Eggs? I thought you'd surprise me with something special.
Eggs. He always felt weird eating them. Why, though? Humans can eat other mammals all the time, but there is little to no resemblance between, let's say, humans and pigs, but most birds looked alike. If humans can eat children of other mammals, then there's nothing weird about me eating those eggs. Besides, they're not even fertilized, he thought, and broke 10 of them into the pen. They're not even fertilized, that's fine. It would be weird if they were fertilized, though. That would be fucked up. I love how much emphasis they're putting on this, though. This is exactly the kind of stuff that I think it's ideal that the setting skims over as much as possible. It's funnier to me if it's just, like, never really acknowledged. But, no. We're really diving into that. 10 eggs? Well, Susie's eating. 8 of them are for Susie. The 50 Shades of Grey of Deltarune. A little bit. They don't really get into the S&M, at least, well, they don't. That's a spoiler, but they don't. They're not even fertilized. Probably the worst thing it could have said. Yeah, it kind of implies that there's another section at the grocery store where you can buy the fertilized eggs. I guess they do eat those in, like, Southeast Asia or something. They're called something, I forget. The lo-fi Undertale music with this is really off. You have another suggestion?
Is 7 enough for you?
He asked her.
Good enough? You woke up early because of that dream, right?
That dream. He is sitting in a garden. The grass is too bright, almost white. Trees are moving in random directions, but there is no wind to blow on them. Everything else is pulsating like it's one big organism, twisted into this sick, unnatural form. And there is a big, green, red-eyed snake slowly slithering toward him, meter by meter, for hours it may seem. And then, when it's at his fingertips, it strikes, exposing his big curved fangs, waking him up. The change of pronoun there made it sound like it was exposing Birdley's fangs. The snake just like props his mouth open and he has huge teeth. Yeah.
And the snake is still there?
Yes.
And he kills you?
No, I always wake up before he can touch me, but he's centimeters from my face. That's the last image. Image that lasts. The mouth of a giant venomous snake right in front of my face. He put scrambled eggs onto plates and gave the bigger portion to Susie. They were sitting on opposite ends of the table.
That's scary, man.
It's just a stupid dream, nothing else.
You could have added something to those eggs, like bacon,
she said while shoveling another big portion onto a spoon. Don't grizzle. What? Don't grizzle, Susie. What is grizzling? Does anyone know what that means? Did Birdley just make that word up? Did Birdley season the eggs? No, you just put them into a pan without butter and just like cooked them. You just cooked them. The same voice for Flint? I don't think so. At least I'm not trying to do the voice for Flint. Oh, don't guzzle. Okay. I'm pretty sure the author is like ESL or something, so I don't want to make too much fun of all these little weird slip-ups. Oh, grizzling is a slang term for grumbling. Oh, really? Okay then, well, what do I know? That Birdley voice is based, by the way? I'm trying to imitate this guy I used to know through the Undertale fandom who... He was American, but he just tried to have a British accent for no reason. He had the exact same energy as Birdley, so I'm trying to imitate that. They ate in silence. Susie finished first, of course. Her hunger was always a mystery to him. It was surreal when he saw her throwing eggshells into her mouth and crunching them like candies.
We have this date all to ourselves. What do you want to do?
She asked. I'm going to finish reading my book, he said.
Will you read it to me?
It was very childish of her. He tried to get her into reading, but she always ended up listening to his voice. It might have been cute at first, but he feared she will regress her ability to read entirely if she keeps that up. Why don't you read it to me, eh?
But you have such a good voice, you know.
Don't be a child, Susie. Only one chapter, you can train your speech.
Hey, I want to listen to you, freak. Is this too much to you?
She said, changing her voice from meek to demanding. Oh. I want you all to picture Susie speaking meekly. See if you can do it. I love this post-marriage domestic setting. It's all very, very weird. Is this where the horny stuff happens? Oh, it's throughout. I mean, Birdley's already groped her breast at this point, so we started off strong. Is Birdley the author's self-insert? That's what's fascinating about this fic, is that, like, I would describe it as... It's about Birdley, but it's also a perfect exploration of his character in that it also seems to be written by Birdley. Like, this is exactly how I picture Birdley would write a fanfiction if he did it, but it's also about Birdley. So either the author is just Birdley in real life, or the author is pulling a galaxy-brained move and is, like, method acting as Birdley writing his own self-insert fanfiction, which would be fucking fantastic and would make this the best written media of all time. So I'll leave that for you to judge. Birdley was not moved by that at all. I'm not reading for you if you don't read for me.
Do you want to sleep on a couch tonight?
She almost yelled. Damn, she was pretty serious about this, point noted. It's really getting intense quickly here. The mood is like really shifting under our feet. I've already said that I won't. His facial features didn't even twitch. It was like showdown here between Jotaro and Dio, just like tumbleweeds blowing through. Suzy was like a wave hitting a cliff. He didn't care what she will say right now. He made his final decision. Changing it would be a sign of weakness. This is good, like, relationship goals here, I think. If you're having to, like, approach your partner over breakfast like you're an anime protagonist, having a showdown over like the Bakugan battlefield, like, that means it's working.
God, you're really annoying, you know.
You've already told me that today, smug grin on his face.
Yeah, whatever. I'll read you one chapter and then you'll read to me.
Absolutely. This is so Birdley core. It only gets better. It was raining the entire morning. They were sitting on a couch. Suzy was leaning forward, slowly reading A Tale of Two Cities. Well, that's canon accurate at least. And Birdley was lying beside her. She was constantly stuttering and clearing her throat. He didn't seem to mind, as he wasn't paying much attention to her from the start. He was thinking about the silhouettes. It's like Plato's cave, not real objects, shadows that imitate them. But they are real in contrary to Plato. They are created from matter, real objects posing as other by having their contours. He just said that out loud? There's an opening quote, but there's no close quote. Or is that actually... Is there some weird stylistic rule that's actually how you do it when the paragraph ends? I don't know. That rings a bell, though. That might actually be stylistically accurate. It's a mistake, chat says. It's fantastic if that means that Birdley was just lying there, like, he forced Suzy to read. He insisted that she read the book, even though she was, like, mad about it. And then he just sits there, and instead of actually listening to her, he just tunes her out and thinks about some, like, bullshit philosophical thought experiment. And then interrupts her just to, like, muse out loud about it when Suzy has no idea what he's talking about. That's really cool.
Are you even listening to me?
She asked.
You have that face like when you're not even here.
Gabelle begs the new Marquis to return to France and save him. Yes, I'm listening, he lied. But he'd already read that book many times before, practically knowing it by heart. Damn, he's smooth. He's too smooth.
You're lucky. Now's your turn,
she said, giving the book to him. It brightened up. Rain stopped moments ago, and the sun was already filling the room with its bright rays of warm light.
You're not getting out of this that easy,
she said, turning her voice into a growl.
You're not getting into this that easy.
That's what it actually sounded like. I will read to you after we go out.
Not happening, freak.
She was really serious this time, leaning over Birdley, pushing the book into his face. Her hair was falling on his chest like a waterfall. He saw a glimpse of her angry yellow eye. You're pretty when you're angry, he said with a smirk on his face. She was getting closer to him when he locked hands around her neck and pulled her to his face in an Eskimo kiss. Chat, does anyone know what an Eskimo kiss is? Have you ever heard that term? Now it's horny. They're just kissing. It's PG. They're just kissing a bit. When, you know that the mood can easily escalate when you're reading Dickens together. Oh, it's just rubbing noses? Oh, okay. See? It's very PG. They're not even kissing. There's definitely not a graphic sex scene later that I censored out.
You're the worst, she whispered. Now read me this goddamn book.
I'll do that in the evening, I promise.
Oh, he promises, ladies and gentlemen. Great Burley promises everything like a king promises wealth to his peasants.
Fuck, Susie's like all guns blazing in response to this.
You already promised that this evening you'll finish your project.
Yes, his project. You forgot about that. How could anyone forget about the greatest deal in his life? He was planning a villa of some eccentric businessman. He was set for life. This deal would open a gate to the big world.
He wants to be a big shot, everybody!
This is amazing. The looming like big deal that's gonna like make him a whole bunch of money. Like, usually when you compare something to the movie The Room, starring Tommy Wiseau, you just mean that it's really bad. In this case, though, I can legitimately make a comparison. Like, this is The Room core. Like, this is sort of like a Deltarune and The Room crossover fanfiction, like unintentionally, and that's fascinating to me. The Room core. The Room, but better. It is better. Well, in terms of like being bizarrely interesting, maybe. Oh no, The Room's pretty classic though. I'm a big fan of The Room. Yes, we're into Omori Lo-Fi now. The Deltarune, here it is. The Room but furry. Yeah, pretty much. Lisa, you're tearing me apart. Oh, hi, doggy. I went to a live screening of The Room once, actually. It was a cool experience. It was at my university's like kind of indie theater, and we snuck into an unused classroom beforehand and did vodka shots till we were like good and drunk. And then we went in there, and in the Room screenings, there's a whole culture around them. There's like rituals that you have to like research before you go. And so we brought in our plastic spoons, and whenever you see a framed picture of a spoon, you have to throw the spoon at the screen of in the theater, and every shot of the Golden Gate Bridge, you have to chant go 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 until it reaches the end. There's like a robust culture around it. It's really cool. I'd recommend going to a screening if you ever get the chance. I had a thought. Outside of the characters, is any part of this fic related to Deltarune? No, that is the common unifying trait among all my favorite bizarre fanfiction, is that there's nothing to do with the source material outside the characters. Which is exactly what I don't want in an actually good fanfiction, but if you're already in it for the lulz, then it's ideal. It's just so fucking bizarre. People go all sorts of weird places. Stream consistently at 200 people, that's great. Actually, you know what? I think talking about how I did vodka shots before The Room, I'm gonna go get a beer. I think that could heighten the atmosphere a bit. I'll be back in like 10 seconds. Oops. Didn't mean to do that. I'm back. Oh boy. I was getting kind of hot drinking the tea anyway. What is this, a Vine Sauce comment section? I don't know why everyone's posting numbers. Are we counting down? Just inaccurately? I barely got to listen to any of this because I'm doing laundry, so I'm getting up and down, up and down. I hope the stream didn't end. Oh, it's still going. We're just getting started off on the main event here, really. And, actually, we're going faster than I thought. No guarantees, but if you keep up at this rate, like, I may be able to go into some of the, what do you call it? the backup fix. So who knows? This one's big though. It's 9,000 words. Are you sure the tea is what's getting you hot? I'm not sure. I'm not sure how to answer that question. All right, where were we? Oh, I pulled myself back up by pressing the wrong button. Where were we? Gabelle Biggs Marquis. They're quoting Tale of Two Cities, just for verisimilitude. Where are we? Oh, they had an Eskimo kiss, and then what happened?
You're the worst. Now read me this goddamn book.
I'll do that in the evening, I promise. Oh, I read this, yeah. The project, he's gonna make the big deal, the big one. The big man is going to make the deal. Birdley's gonna break into the big leagues. Of course, Birdley is exactly the type to become like a completely nondescript financier or something.
The big shot.
I'll finish it, don't worry about that, he said while Susie returned to her place. We will buy some good wine and I'll read the book to you, agreed?
Fine, but I'll choose this wine.
You know you've been married for a while when you turn to just like wine drinking couple. That's what's hilarious here, is like just that Birdley and Susie would be just like the middle-aged couple drinking wine in the at noon, like it's so fucking bizarre. She was probably thinking about some sweet white that he hated so much, but whatever, he would stick to whiskey. Oh yeah, Birdley's into the scotch, of course. And Susie, would Susie drink sweet white wine? I feel like Susie would just drink like straight vodka, no matter what. Like Susie would be pounding back just whatever was available. Pure ethanol. That's right. Susie would drink whatever the shit at the end of the Drunken Master 2 that Jackie Chan chugs out of like a drum in a mining facility. Susie does drink wine, but she just chews the whole bottle like a, what do you call it, a cannoli? It's still unclear whether, you know, monsters can get drunk. It's never been canonized as far as I know. Oh, no, wait, it is. No, in the alarm clock dialogue, Toriel was smashed on the eggnog. Monsters can definitely get drunk. So, where do you want to go?
Forest.
Sure, he replied and got up from the couch. April was very warm this year. It really felt like summer is here already. Air smelled with that unique aroma of wet forest. Trees glittered with wet leaves, looking like they were made of polished silver. What kind of trees you got? My trees don't do that. Bugs and birds returned to their normal daily routine after the rain. Buzzing and singing, they cut through the silence of plant life. Somewhere, a woodpecker was drilling into some poor tree in search of larvae. The path was punctured with puddles. Susie and Birdley were meandering between them. Good imagery. Nice imagery. But now we're back to dialogue.
Do you feel alive?
Very much. Why would you ask?
Because I don't think I'm happy.
He stopped walking and turned to her. Is it because of me? She came closer. He was staring directly into her damp eyes.
I want a child,
she whispered, closing her eyes. Bwah, bwah. The bombshell drops. Their marriage was struggling the whole time. What a left turn, holy shit. Bird lizard child. Chat just explodes. I can't deal with this bullshit, or we're just getting started. Hang on. This one's a roller coaster. He walked over, locking his wings around her, leaning in and laying his head on her chest. After I do this project, we will get you a treatment. He remembered the day when they heard about her condition. Funny. He remembered every detail aside from what the doctor had told them. Yeah, funny. Really bloody funny. He remembered the clean white room they were invited into. He remembered the doctor's clean shave and 2 identical chairs they sat on. He remembered those 2 words coming from his mouth.
I'm sorry.
His mind went blank back then. He was staring at this quack's mouth, his lips dancing like earthworms on a hand, twisting in an illogical way, white teeth glimpsing, spewing meaningless words of compassion. He got a glimpse of her back then, crying by his side, clinging to his arm like a child in fear. And he did something unthinkable. He got up and left, just like that. He will never forgive himself, leaving her alone to deal with all of this alone. Nice. Good word choice there. Leaving her in the worst emotional state she ever was. He, out of all people, chose the easy way out. Leaving her crying was the worst thing he had ever done. Birdie vomited on the outside wall of a hospital. He was disgusted with himself, and when he came back to her sitting lifelessly in the hall, he knew that she will never forget about this, even when he got on his knees and clung to her, saying, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, She will remember it for the rest of her life. Yeah, holy shit. Birdly True Sigma? Wonderful. He vomited on the wall, it just glances over that, like... It's like one of those Chad energy comics, like your wife gets diagnosed as infertile, stand up, leave, vomit on the wall, walk back in, apologize. It's beautiful, really. Their marriage is failing Dreamer style, yeah. They grew up with that as their only role model for what a heterosexual marriage looked like. They assume they have to get divorced immediately. I'll always be with you, always, he promised to her. Do you want to go home? Yeah, she said, sniffling, and rubbed her eyes. He finished his project. He imagined a gorgeous villa standing somewhere in Spain. Spain is canon now. I don't know where they are. I have a feeling we're not in Hometown anymore. Or Hometown never existed at this point. I don't think the author gives a shit. Its owner drinking a martini, lying on a deck chair, while a Latino beauty was swimming in the pool. Alright. I mean, if Mother 3 can talk about Asian beauties, then I guess this fanfic has the right to talk about Latino beauties. Yeah, a really rich owner laying on the deck chair. That mattered, right? Money. People say it doesn't give you happiness. Birdley would disagree on that. Who in chat said he was a Sigma? We're getting there. His project was more for her than for some rich asshole. For his little fragile girl. He smirked. Susie might have been tall and strong, but she was weak. People wounded her in so many ways before. In high school, she was basically an outcast. Ugh. He exorcised the thoughts of his school out of his head and stood up, stretching his body. As he left his cabinet, he noticed it was already dark outside. Stepping into the living room, he saw Susie laying on the fluffy carpet in front of the sofa, looking something on her phone. There was a pizza box on the table. You were eating fast food again? We could have gone for dinner, you know.
I didn't want to disturb your work.
She had already drunk 1 bottle of her wine, and it didn't seem to stop there, as the second one was already open. She's just pounding it back. Birdley calmly poured himself a glass of whiskey from a carafe, standing on the chest of drawers at the end of his room. He's so refined, and immediately drank it all in a single gulp. His throat burned for a second as the Shiva glowed. Cool. The Shiva, I don't know my brands of whiskey, unfortunately. I'm not a man of high culture. Mad Men moment? Yeah, basically this is like, this has the vibe of Mad Men. Like, I picture Birdley in his, like, you know, his collared shirt and his, like, slicked back hair. Why is there so much branding on the cigs and drinks? I don't know. It's so fucking, it's like trying to go for this verisimilitude, dirty realist thing, I think, but it's like, it's reminding me of when I did that shitpost, like, Mario 64 Elden Ring fan fiction as a joke, and every time a car was brought up, I would include the make and year of the model of car for no reason. Like, that's all it's bringing to mind. It's so gratuitous. After pouring another glass, he sat on a couch and lighted up a cig. Susie was drinking her wine straight from the bottle. She must have opened them recently. Was she waiting for him? He gazes at half the wine was poured into her throat. Slow down, lassie, he smirked.
And who's saying you haven't eaten anything? Well, sorry. And who's saying that? You haven't eaten anything and you're already holding a glass.
We had a fitting lunch, I'm not hungry. Susie sat on a carpet next to his knees, placing her head on the corner of the sofa. Why is Susie just lying on the floor, drinking wine? That seems like a bad sign. Is that normal? Is anyone in healthy, loving relationships and can attest to the fact that it's normal for your partner just to be on the floor drinking wine? Susie's a fucking wreck. She needs therapy. I mean, that was obvious from the start. She's married to Birdley, but... Susie sat on the carpet next to his knees, placing her head on the corner of the sofa.
Feeling for you, little quail,
she said, stretching her back and hands. What does that mean exactly? She's just like really cracking her knuckles, warming up. With her left hand, she hit the glass she was holding, gold liquid spilling onto his Kent collar shirt. Is Kent collar the type of shirt, or is it another brand name? I can't tell.
Oh my god, I'm so sorry,
she said and lifted herself to him. Susie grabbed a box of tissues from the lower level of a table and started to rub brown stains on his shirt. Why is the wine brown? It's okay, it was dirty anyway.
I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry.
She put his hands on her cheeks and moved closer to her face. He put his hands on her cheeks. Okay, so he's grabbed the dinosaur. It's okay, don't worry about it.
I'm drunk, it's my fault, I
like you drunk, you know. You're not so tough anymore after a couple, he said, staring in her eyes. Her eyes were like ambers fished out of Baltic Sea, with a wide black onyx scar in the middle. That's a sentence. The prose level just jumps up like 9 orders of magnitude anytime something vaguely romantic happens in this fic, I've noticed. It's like normal amber orbs all the way.
You're an ass,
she laughed and tugged into him. She was kneeling on the carpet, laying her head on his stomach. How does that... So Birdley is laying down on the couch, and she is kneeling next to the couch with her head on him. I can kind of picture it. Laying her head on his stomach, looking sadly at the other corner of the room. He was petting her thick brown hair. His feathers were gently brushing her. She suddenly raised her head and sat on his lap with a foxy smile.
We must get you out of this shirt, mister,
she said, unbuttoning him. Oh, he put his hands on her hips. Yeah? He knew where this is going. As he said, he liked her when she was drunk. And then absolutely nothing happens. Wait, who is this about? This is Susie and Birdley, if you missed that part. So this isn't actually the part that I had to censor. It's not edited. Like, it actually does just cut to black there. Then they wake up the next day. So it's still clean for now, technically. Susan, thank you very much. Mamma mia. Good for Birdley. They're married. Yes, they're super married. Susie is infertile but wants a child. She's addicted to wine, kind of. It's great. This justifies the Snowgrave route. To avoid this future, maybe. The jury's split. It's still clean? Technically is, yeah. I didn't skip anything there. That's the unedited version of the fic. Yeah, Susie got drunk and they fucked a bit. The next morning was very painful to him. He felt like there was an entire orchestra in his head. Was that worth it? He asked himself while looking at the empty carafe thrown on the carpet. Oh my god, they smashed the whiskey bottle? What the fuck did they do? Went nuts. Susie wouldn't want a child. This is out of character. That's your complaint? That's your only complaint? Average drunk couple. Is there even a player? No? What you think this is like about a video game? This is about two people named Susie and Birdley who are in a relationship. That's it. That's all this is about. The whiskey battle wasn't the only thing getting smashed. Yeah, why is Birdley in so much pain? Like, that must have been getting creative. I don't know. Maybe he just means the hangover, but I think there's more he could read into that. Birdley's CBT. That's not exactly what I was thinking, but yeah, sure. Chris wanted Snowgrave because of this. Oh, the Jaru time loop theory goes this far into the future, and then Chris loops back just to undo this? Yeah. Chris and Noelle are in the fic later, I think. I haven't really... I've only, like, lightly skimmed further ahead, so I don't really know what they do, but they're in the story. Where was I? Was that worth it? He asked himself while looking at the empty carafe thrown on the carpet. He was alone on the sofa. Getting up was a painful experience, everything spinning and rattling like in a bad jazz concert. How much? Why the spinning? How many bad jazz concerts have you seen where shit just starts to spin? I'm not sure. I've been to one of those. You're telling me there's more? We're like a quarter of the way into this. This is the main event here. I should have eaten something yesterday. Why is she always fucking right? Naked, he slowly left the spacious living room. Okay, good. Just in case any of you weren't picturing Birdley buck naked here, now you know. Now you know what to do. He slowly left the spacious living room and went to the kitchen. With a jug of water in his hand, he saw a note stuck to the fridge. I've gone shopping. I'll be back in an hour. And a cute drawing of a heart smiling. Aw. That sounds like something Susie would do. Susie can write? Biggest twist. I refuse to picture that. I'm imagining him as a Ken doll. Unfortunately, that image will be shattered later on in the fic. Spoilers. In the worst way possible, I might add. It was 11 o'clock, almost noon. That is when 11 o'clock is, correct. She has a lot better metabolism, I'll give her that, he thought, while chugging a whole jug of water. You think Birdley just had the one whiskey, like he never went back for more? It really, I mean, I'm not one to talk, like, I got buzzed off one beer, so I shouldn't really be making fun of Birdley for being a lightweight. He tried to remember how did they get close in the first place. Yeah, it was in high school. She was failing every exam. Of course, the only way in that I can see. Who has the "this is how Sussly wins" crack document to post now. And stealing my lunch, he said with a chuckle. The kitchen was filled with the warm light of an April sun. Beautiful. There's a really pretty line in the ending of 1 by 1, that much better fan fiction about something about a sun-drenched kitchen that always stuck with me, and this is like just a bizarro world perversion of that. It's great. Flashback time. Oh yeah, we're going back. How old is Birdley in this? I'm assuming he's like at least 30. Like they've been doing this for a while. Like, not old enough that they've realized they need a divorce yet, but on their way. Oh, more music in the background. The music sounds a little bit loud to me. I'm gonna turn it down just a little bit. Because it's actually kind of distracting me from reading, if that makes sense. How do I... There we go. This is ruining Omori OST for you. Sorry about that. Christ, I'm thinking of middle-aged Birdley as a really toxic Twitch streamer. Oh god, if he wasn't doing this, his like, I'm going to make the big deal today, Lisa, like a finance or architecture or whatever gig, I think he'd be doing that. Be one of those, like, the streamers whose wife walks in and he just, like, swears at her and tells her to leave, like... Birdie would have been a Twitter streamer? Is that a thing? Holy shit. I'm still hung up on I like you better when you're drunk. The real Birdie would be appalled. He values women for their minds. Maybe after 10 years living with Susie, he had a change of heart. Birdie values women? Question mark? Yeah, I'm not sure about that. Not so sure about that. There's hope for Birdie, but he's not there yet. He needs a few more years to figure out how to not be an asshole. In canon, that is. At this point, he's lost all hope, I think, in this fanfic. Okay, where was I? There's a time skip. Birdie stood in front of the doors to the spare classroom. Oh, this is flashback. Okay, flashback to high school. Rusty hinges creaked as he slowly pushed the door inward.
Get lost, nerd,
Susie said. She was sitting on a floor, resting her back on the long wall of the rectangular room. So not the short wall. I guess by definition, a rectangle has a long wall. A loud thump-thump filled the room as Susie took a swing on the opposite wall, bouncing a small red ball back to her. Birdie came inside, closing the doors behind him. He sharply inhaled the air and said, "Listen, I know you're failing no exams, but I want to help you." Being straightforward was the best solution in this situation. He didn't feel like playing games with her.
Yeah, right.
I will give you, I'll tutor you. Susie threw the red ball right into Birdie. It flew centimeters from his head and bounced off the door. Oh, metric pog, metric pog.
Piss off, you're gonna turn this into some dumbass prank,
she said, raising her voice. Geez, that's annoying as hell. How am I supposed to get through to her thick skull? We're gonna read this in character, actually. This is all Birdie. Jeez, she's annoying as hell. How am I supposed to get through her thick skull? Let's hope she's not as annoying as me. What am I saying? No one is as unbearable as I am. I take some twisted satisfaction in my unholy actions, some kind of pride that, for most, seems insane, to say the least. Fuck Birdie. Holy shit. This is so accurate, too. Like, this is such a good assessment of Birdie's character. This is why I think this fic might be secretly genius. If this is, like, some sort of meta deconstruction, as, like, Birdie is the star and the author.
This is not a goddamn joke, you stupid lizard!
Birdie almost... Oh, no, that was Birdie. Okay, sorry.
This is not a goddamn joke, you stupid lizard!
Birdie almost screamed, his irritation overcoming any fear from her presence. It escalates so quickly, dude. I found this, like, I've as I said, like, I write sometimes. I've tried writing fan fiction even. And, something I've always struggled with or found very difficult is getting to these emotional outbursts in a way that doesn't seem like rushed and completely unearned. Because this is what you're picturing when you're writing the scene, right? You're picturing this line is like where the shit hits the fan, but then you're like, shit, I have to get to that. I have to start out from like 0 and get up to 100. And it's really easy to delude yourself into thinking like, oh yeah, these 10 lines will be enough. I can just ramp up there. It's never enough. Like, this always feels so fucking contrived when the characters just start screaming or crying, like 2 sentences into a conversation. Oh fuck. Okay. Susie quickly stood up and walked over to him. She put her hand on the door, blocking his way to escape. That's the that fucking anime trope that Toby shouted out on Twitter, I think, right?
What did you just say?
She growled in his face, showing more and more razor-sharp teeth. I'll give you private classes, he uttered, if you stop threatening me.
You serious?
Susie laughed, spitting in his face. You are failing this class, I promise. I'll get you out of this.
Yeah, whatever, nerd,
she said, returning to her place.
Meet me after school in front of the church if you want to pass this year.
If this is some dumb joke, or I will not pass, I'll beat the shit out of you.
Birdie turned around and left smiling obnoxiously. He's like, yeah, I got her. Got him. Got her. That's my in. I threaten her with failing high school if she doesn't hang out with me. Keikakudori. Kaikaku means planned, doesn't it? For some reason I know that. I didn't know how painful this fic was going to be. I warned you, I tried to warn you. Roy's convinced the author is being meta, with Birdley being the canonical author of the fic. Birdley is a predator. He's doing what he can, okay? Is just not doing it in a very good way, or a way that is ethical or will lead to any kind of healthy relationship. It's fine. I'm sure it'll be fine. This is a fanfic of Birdley fantasy, yeah. That's why it reminds me of The Room so much, because it feels like Birdley wrote it, but it still ends in disaster. Like, Susie's not happy in their relationship and everyone betrays him, so... It's kind of Tommy Wiseau-esque.
It's rather simple.
Of course it's simple to you.
They were sitting in his room, leaning over a notebook opened on a desk.
It's rather simple if you think about it, he said.
Susie couldn't solve this equation for some time now. She was knocking on some unknown rhythm with a pin. Her hair was tucked into a simple plait, falling through on her right shoulder.
I am thinking about it.
Susie, when does cosine equal 1?
Susie scratched her neck. Birdley cringed as her sharp claw ran over... okay, that's right. As her sharp claw ran over delicate sort of scales. Like a knife stretching skin. What? What is that supposed to mean? She's running her claw over her scales. Aren't scales, like, not delicate? That's sort of what scales are for, though. Whatever. We'll let the, we'll let the author have their furry appeal just seep in here a bit. I know what I'm looking at. He really liked her new hair. He could finally see her eyes. Why did she wear those thick bangs anyway? Her eyes were really pretty.
I'll draw you something.
Saying so, he sketched a cosine function.
Now point to its maximal value.
The cosine doesn't have any one maximal value, you dipshit. It's periodic. Susie didn't point to anything. Instead, she squealed.
Ow!
What do you mean she squealed? How does Susie squeal? What do you want me to do?
I know.
Like what? That's like incomprehensible.
Oh, I know.
Like, I have no idea. And then easily solved the equation and turned herself to Birdley. She didn't even do it? I have no idea what the fuck Birdley was trying to teach her there, but apparently she figured it out herself.
That was all the problems.
She was really happy today for some reason. This wasn't normal grumpy Susie. A most notable change was her hair. Oh, she's wearing a braid now or something, right? Susie's disposition really looked up. All it took was hanging out with Birdley. That would really cheer me up, I know for sure. Wow. This is high school flashback, yeah. He that has eyes to see and ears to hear may convince himself that no mortal can keep a secret. If his lips are silent, he chatters with his fingertips, betrays, oozes out of him at every pore. Betrayal oozes. Sigmund Freud said that, apparently, according to someone in chat. Very cool. That could easily have been a quote from the fanfiction, though. Is this pre or post chapter 2? This is fucking in a orthogonal universe. I don't think chapter 2 even happened. This is irrelevant to chapter 2. This is irrelevant to all of Deltarune except for Birdley and Susie, and even then, it's tenuous. What the fuck is the next paragraph? I don't know, I should read it.
What's up with the new look?
My mom is in town.
Her mom? She thought she didn't have a mother, living alone with a single father who he took for a widower in a little crampy apartment. There were a couple of times, two to be exact, her father wasn't the most pleasant type, and he thought it was because of his loss. A couple times or what? What happened? Susie wasn't so beamish. That's a nice word, good adjective, beamish. When they started learning together as well, and he always thought it was because of some tragedy had happened to them. Well, it was a tragedy, especially for her. Divorce. I'm having trouble parsing this. Well, it was a tragedy, especially for her. Divorce. Okay, so the tragedy was that her parents divorced. Birdley thought that her mom died, but it was a divorce. Okay. He never asked about her family. It was a bit, inappropriate. We're into, like, free indirect prose now. The author is just, like, inserting Birdley's hesitation into the narration. (2d4 psychic damage. Your mom, did she change your hair?
Yeah, do you want to meet her?
Susie's fixation on her mother's point intrigued Birdley. He must meet this woman. What? That's your reaction? I must meet this woman. Susie seems to like her a lot for some reason. I must meet her. Sure, why not? They left the room and walked down the stairs to the living room.
You ladies done smooching up there?
His grandfather was sitting in a big armchair. Silver smoke was spewing from his old pipe while listening to the local radio channel. Birdley's grandpa, Cannon. Grandpa, when Mom comes back, tell her that I met with Susie.
Yeah, have a good one, chaps.
They both quickly left as his grandpa started humming loudly, the washing on the Siegfried line. What? The fuck? Is that just like a World War II reference or something? Did Birdley's grandpa canonically fight in World War II? I have no idea. That's just for fun. An old spiritual. I thought, I don't know if it's actually a World War II thing. I thought the Siegfried line was a World War II thing. Deltarune happens in the real world? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Well, Spain is canon. Latino beauties are canon. I don't think monsters would have lasted in World War II. Do you think the author gives a shit about fucking soul lore? About, like, monsters' combat effectiveness? No, he doesn't give a shit. This is about Susie wanting to have a child and Birdley, I don't know, drinking whiskey and them fucking each other. $10 from Remnant. Poggers. I'm back from a road trip and ran out of mobile data on listening to this epic stuff. You used all your mobile data for this? Oh my god, rest in peace. What did I miss? Oh yeah, congrats on the viewer account. Apparently reading fanfiction is where the money is. Oh, the viewer count. Yeah, apparently it is. This is like, if anyone's just joining, like, I don't think I've ever gotten this many viewers on a stream, except for maybe the comment response streams. I may have hit, like, I can't remember now, but I may have gone over this, but this is way more than I usually get. So that's cool. What did you miss? I think you missed, I mean, the first two, like, kind of lighthearted shitposty fan. Oh, the first one is a shitpost. The second one is, I mean, you've probably read it. It was the slice of life college dorm kind of rules card X Spade King thing. It was very mild. We're about a third of the way into Umris now, so we're into the thick of it. Oh, you cut out in the beginning of this. So Susie and Birdley are married. Their relationship is struggling. Susie appears to be an alcoholic, maybe. Susie is unhappy because she wants to have a child, but it was diagnosed as infertile. And Birdley, he left the room once the news dropped. He abandoned Susie, and he regrets that. And now we're having a flashback to the high school years when they met. We're only a third of the way through. Yep, this is the main event. We're here forever now. There is one after this, but it's just a bit of fun. Oh, he threw up. Yeah, after Susie was diagnosed as being infertile, Birdley got up, left the room, vomited against the wall, and then came back in and was sad. Loss. Yeah, extreme loss vibes. That's exactly right. This is the same thing that happens with when the Control-Delete comic posted loss. Alright. Beer isn't quite having the same effect on my throat that the tea was, so I'm gonna have to keep going with the tea in parallel with the beer, I think. She has no child to lose, no loss could happen. Pedantry, honestly. Tea and beer? Yeah, sure. Alright, I should keep reading. Pour beer into the tea. Delicious. Tear. I was at this, liquor store the other day, and I saw a fucking, what was it? A peach Hefeweizen, or no, it was a Hefeweizen infused with fancy peach tea. They get real creative out where I live with their craft beers. So, Tear is canon. I almost got it too, but it was like a light beer and it was expensive, and I was like, fuck that. I'm currently drinking a Hefeweizen, but just a normal Hefeweizen. Okay, beer lower out of the way. Okay, they escaped Birdley's grandpa. Hometown looked pretty in the last days of summer. Hometown, what a shitty name. With all other Herevilles and happy towns. A small forgotten city in New England. Canon, it's New England, we did it. The bubbler lore was not misleading, it's in New England. God-forgotten place. As they were walking by a police station, some small yellow lizards spotted them and quickly ran to the opposite side of the road. Alright, small yellow lizard. Definitely not Alfie's. They wouldn't recognize Alfie's, of course, being in the same school as her and being their student. Susie didn't seem to care, but Birdley sent him a mocking smile. Birdley sent who? Wait, what? Who's the yellow lizard? Alfie dodges them. Susie didn't care, but Birdley sent him? Who is him? The author seems to be referring to Alfie's as him. I don't know why. Unless it's a different lizard. Oh, the monster kid. Is Monster Kid a lizard? Alright, sure. Because they also wouldn't recognize Monster Kid being in the same class. Oh, it's Alphys' brother, sure. Gex from Gex. Enter the Gecko. the Hidden Resident. Chapter 3 exclusive. Monster Kid isn't supposed to be him, I know. But to be fair, Jevil isn't supposed to be it, and I give that a pass in the last fanfiction. None of the rest of this is remotely canonically accurate. Maybe it's just Alphys. Alphys is just a guy now. Like, fuck it, who cares? They quickly arrived at the apartments. Susie lived on the top floor, where there was always cold there in the winter and steaming hot in the summer. She opened the doors. In the light of the living room, or in the tight living room, in the armchair, sat a tall, lean, red lizard woman. Susie's mom, a lizard woman, with facial features so sharp she could almost kill with her vision. Okay, we're getting an original character now. Birdley took her for a hard-working woman. He was like analyzing what is femoid type. Meow, 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 meow. Hard-working woman, wiry and strong muscles on her arms, bony hands, blonde hair in a bun stretching the skin on her forehead. Her face was a mask with judgmental and hateful eyes. Really painting the picture here.
Hi, Mom, this is Birdley. I've told him about you. Oh, I told you about him.
Hello, ma'am. Her crinkled look drilled into Birdley's figure. Crinkled look. What does her mom sound like? I can't go any huskier than Susie. Maybe her mom's just the batter.
Howdy. Susie, would you get us some tea, thank you?
Oh, git?
Howdy, Susie. Would you get us some tea, thank you?
That's gonna destroy my voice. Susie's mom said with a rather strong southern accent. Alright. If I couldn't pick up on it from the phonetic spelling, I guess I'm doing a southern accent now.
Sure,
Susie replied and walked to the kitchen. It's really nice to meet you, man.
I'm no lady.
That's the same as Birdley's grandpa, though. What the fuck?
I'm no lady, sweetie. Please call me Eleanor.
Saying that, she reached out with her hand to him. Eleanor. Is that like an alternate spelling of Eleanor, maybe? Make her Roz from Monsters Inc. Oh, I can do that voice, but like it would destroy me. I can't.
I'm no lady, sweetie. Please call me Eleanor.
Oh god, fuck that. Birdley moved forward to shake it when suddenly Eleanor grabbed his wing with both her veiny hands. Oh god.
Thank you. I don't want her to be a failure.
Her now big, wet brown eyes were staring directly into Birdley's.
Please take care of her,
she whispered and tightened her grip.
She has no one else besides me. Her father's a useless bastard.
Tea's done, Susie yelled from the kitchen. Eleanor lost hold of his hands, and her face returned to the distant, repugnant expression. Birdley didn't have time to respond with anything more than a single, sure. This is fucking awkward.
She needs a man in her life. I guess you count.
Susie stormed into the room and put down a tray on the dirty coffee table in front of the TV.
Mom, where's Dad?
Drunk ass is probably in the bar. He couldn't even look in my face.
Susie lowered her head, looking at her own hand. She's just cussing Susie's dad out in front of Birdley here. Doesn't give a shit. Barney's in the bar? Yes. I hope that's everyone's mental image. It's just Barney sitting, like, pounding back shots. Kameda pose. I don't even know what that means, but it sounds funny. Susie lowered her head, looking at her own hand. She definitely had a lot of different opinion on her father. Maybe in some childish fantasy, she wished that she could get she wished that they would get back together. Why was she with her father then, not with her mother? She didn't want to ask. Eleanor seemed too nice to ruin his views of her. Oh, okay. He just doesn't want to know.
Don't talk about him like that, please.
Hell.
Susie's mom rubbed her eyes and leaned back into her armchair.
Sweet child of mine, you gotta go outside. You're gonna suffocate in here.
And saying that, she pulled out a cigarette. Hell yeah.
What about tea, Mom?
I giving you a couple bucks. Go eat something at the diner,
Eleanor said.
And nice meeting you, Birdley. Get the fuck out of here.
Susie opened the diner's door and they both stepped inside. Oh, this was like a scene transition, but we missed it. This fanfiction is making Remnant happy she quit smoking. Yeah, it's like a version of therapy. The Ludovico technique. Scholar level storytelling. This fanfiction is not a subset of this fanfiction does not exist written in set 3 notation? Okay. How much longer will the torture go on for? Well, is the scroll bar to frame? It is. We're less than halfway through. Susie opened the diner's door and they both stepped inside. There were 3 other customers here beside them, 2 sitting by the counter. Numeral 2, by the way. Why is it like that? And some lonely guy was slowly chewing his breakfast at the end of the place. That's Sans, I'm assuming. Just gonna headcanon that as Sans. The owner was somewhere inside the building. They both sat in the nearest booth. Big Cat in a white apron approached them. Because there's no article here, it sounds like Big the Cat is the one serving them, not Catty. You shouldn't be here! Just take a goddamn order, Cathy, Birdley said in a weary voice. Owner is gonna kick you out! What do you want, Susie? All on my cost, Birdley asked, taking a little notice of what Catty had to say.
If it's on your cost.
Susie smiled divishly. She didn't mind Catty as well.
I'll take the biggest pack of pancakes there is.
I just want coffee and chips. You got that?
We don't serve chips.
I meant fries, Catty. So I was right to give him the fake British accent then. That was actually spot on. Perfect. Fucking ordering chips at like the Nowheresville diner in New England. Why is he British? I don't fucking know. Because he orders chips at the diner. Like, Birdley, he's not British. His grandpa, like, none of his family is from England. He just speaks like that because he thinks it's cool. That's the lore.
Yeah, sure.
Caddy sighed and walked to the counter. Oh no, she sighted and walked to the counter.
I hope she doesn't spit on it,
Susie smirked. Yes, all we do is hope. Don't you get tired of hope?
What?
I don't want to hope, Susie. I want to be certain, don't you?
I don't know what you're talking about.
I need to look at the future and see the clear path in front of me. Wouldn't you want that? He's like getting super agitated here immediately, like he's leaning over the table, his eyes are going bloodshot. This is like 10 seconds into Diner and Chill. Like, they haven't even gotten drinks yet, and Birdley's just like fucking revved up. He's gonna go on a rant about like how bad people can make good art or something. She really changed her temperament after this year. He remembered how their first lesson went. Susie didn't want to go to the library.
I'm not going to this stupid book place, nerd,
she said when Birdley told her where they were going to study. Then he suggested his place, and that's how it stayed. After Susie passed the previous year, she seemed more cooperative about studying with him. Birdley had a really hard time putting up with her, but it wasn't worth it. Oh, but it was worth it. I'm sure the struggle was greater for Susie, don't worry about it. In his mind, he thought he had broken her and reforged her again. Extreme Fedora Core sentence. Warning to all who heard that. He didn't even know if he did it for himself or for her. He was always an egotist, but with someone like Susie, an aggrieved child corrupted by the opinions and views of the society. What? What is he talking about now? Yet so aggressive and strong-willed in her dogmas. She wanted to devote himself to her, or he wanted to devote himself to her. That's what appeals to Birdley, apparently. That's what Birdley likes in women. You have to be corrupted by society, an aggrieved child, and strong-willed in your dogmas. Joker mode? Birdley was born in Joker mode. He asked himself why Noelle didn't do the same to him, because Noelle was a simple-minded pupil raised by loving parents. Was he special? He had good family and good relations with them, nothing out of the norm, but he didn't feel like following the rest, at least for now. But he wouldn't just stand in class and say that he despises all of them. He wasn't some anarchist fuck saying this just to gain everyone's attention. He wanted to change himself, only for himself. He wanted to feel special, but everyone wants to feel special. Everyone wants to feel special. Don't deny it, reader. I'm talking to the reader now. Don't deny it. They would like to work for themselves. I'm not projecting. Their name being jutted an entry into some company document. Feeling of being important. Everyone was following the American dream here, Jack. We're trying to make the mother of all omelets. We can't fuss about breaking a few eggs. It didn't matter how impossible it was. The teachings of the founding fathers were long forgotten. They were the laughing subject for so many years. Susie wasn't one of the silent members of the mob. Maybe she was lucky that she got under his sphere of influence. As much arrogant as his statement sounds, he believed it to be true. What would her friend Chris give her, this simple-minded mute? Did he want to be some great? Did he want to be someone different? Of course he wanted, like everybody, donkeys guided by a new kind of carrot, uniqueness. Birdley didn't care about uniqueness. He cared about being better than everyone else. Susie showed him the way. In her bizarre way, he understood that challenges make a man stronger. Such a simple but forgotten wisdom. So, Birdley asked himself right there, is she should stay with Susie, as she was ironically the only guidance through this mild world where nothing was sure. Fucking hell. Do I get the Oscar yet? I'm starting to understand why this was in paste bin, says Chad. What the fuck is going on? I don't know. This is what Birdley was thinking about in high school, which, to be fair, is pretty accurate to what this kind of person would be thinking about in high school, I think. Even it being incomprehensible is like weirdly accurate. This is black-pilled. Most sane Deltarune fanfiction? This is deranged. It's highly black-pilled, yes. I don't know what the fuck this is. Birdley's worldview here is just like a clusterfuck. I can't even understand exactly what he's trying to say. This goes hard. This is the next Catcher in the Rye. Oh, that's probably what it's supposed to be, what it's supposed to sound like. I read that ages ago. I kind of forgot about it. Check Birdley's recent purchases. Eyes on Breen. Hashtag Eyes on Breen. This is Homestuck core, like thick late game meaty Homestuck with foot-long pester logs. Kind of like the horrifying like Alternia Bound section where Cankry rants at you about social justice and like Andrew Hussey's impression of what Tumblr sounded like in 2012 for like an hour. Yeah, it's kind of like that. Different subject matter, of course, but just as unpleasant to read. Me. So, what's your philosophy on life? Birdley wipes his hand on the keyboard. Literal Cankry core. This isn't Cankry's politics. This is something else entirely. I don't know what the fuck Birdley's on. Okay, so they've been at the diner for 5 minutes, 5 seconds maybe even, and this is where Birdley's head's at. Susie? Yeah? I have this feeling that I love you. So that's what that amounted to. This is like, eventually all this was supposed to percolate into, I love you. Are we wondering why their marriage is struggling 10 years later? Susie withered in her place, her eyes broadened as she looked at Birdley. What? Susie said with a surprised voice. I love you. Everything about you. She was nervously looking around the dinner. Fiddling her hands in a nervous tick that he learned she had. Susie said and looked at him. Excuse me. Birdley immediately inhaled, air raising his chest, looking directly into her eyes. I mean it. It's not some stupid fucking joke. He looked at the table with a sad smile. Damn it, he's so painful. He's got like internal angst and shit. Damn, Birdley's so smooth. Where is this town's therapist? Clearly there isn't any. That's obvious even from the canon. Susie's breath got sharper. He grabbed her twitching hands. I promise I won't leave you. Like your mother, Birdley thought. I won't leave you as broken as your family did. Susie tightened the grip and says, why now? This phone's so fucked. These people are utterly devoid of hope. Susie, I've realized that living without you would be misery, Birdley almost whispered. Why was he getting emotional? It's just human interaction. It was simple. Tell her what she wants to hear and the problem's gone. But Birdley didn't seem to mind about that. I'm sort of getting, this is like, has to be sort of self-consciously written in like the Birdley mode of interaction, right? Like, we're not supposed to be uncritical of Birdley's character in this circumstance. I think maybe some critique is being applied to Birdley's mindset, even by the author here. At least I like to think. Oh yeah, human interaction. They're both fucking monsters. The author doesn't care. He's never played Deltarune. Who cares? I just joined. What are you reading? This is Umris, a fanfiction that was found under a dumpster at a Hot Topic, at the back of Hot Topic one day by the sanitation crew, and was put into a pastebin link that was then sent to me. So no one knows where it came from. Birdley thinks he's an isekai protagonist. Not until chapter 2. I'm getting ahead of myself. You're the most special girl I've ever met. You make me feel everything. His words were escaping as he tried to speak. He wasn't afraid, he just wanted her to understand. Suddenly, Susie leaned from her seat in front of him, tilting her head. She gave him a kiss. It worked, dude. We're in. Birdley's in. It worked. His weird... The Dennis method or whatever, it worked. Is that the right reference? I've never watched the sitcom. That's a reference to a sitcom, I think. She would not do that. Shut the fuck up. This is the author's world. Birdley, without thinking, Birdley tilted his head as well and gave his head into her embrace. His rough and long tongue slipped inside her mouth as their bodies rattled together. This kiss lasted seconds as Susie saw Caddy bringing them food. That was really embarrassing. It looked like they were eating each other's faces off. In some cannibalistic ritual. At least no one noticed them. Just let chat process that. I think that's the weirdest line that we get into that I didn't censor. I left that one in. That's as edgy as we get. Birds have pointy tongues, by the way. Oh, I'm sure the author knows. You can really tell. You can really tell when the author of a piece of media is going for furry appeal versus just having characters that happen to look like furries. There's a bit of a difference. Like, clearly, just by including anthro characters, like the furry dial goes up a bit. But when you start obsessing over like Birdley's tongue would be rough because he's a bird, like that's like another level, I think. When's the Zornbot coming? I hope it comes soon. Like, now's the time to strike. Birdley is such an inspiration, man, says chat. Hell yeah. You definitely won't end up as a shut-in incel if you follow his advice. Definitely not.
You guys okay?
Caddy asked. They were still holding hands. He couldn't put down the plates. They quickly lost grip of each other. Susie's face was all red, while Birdley put up a stoic face as nothing had happened. Birdley is too Sigma to feel emotions. It's
Enjoy your meal.
Thanks, Birdley replied. Susie was petrified, looking at Birdley with wide open eyes. She seemed so fragile there, so small. Her plate was laying on her quickly rising chest. Birdley propped his chin with a fist, and with a smug smile, he said, "Oh, you look so scared. Was it something I said?" Fucking smooth, Birdley. So smooth. Unflustered, he had her wrapped around his little finger. You're a freak, you know? What an honorable title in this twisted world. Oh, yeah. So raise your glass to the dirty little freaks, because we're wrong in all the right ways. That's the best Caddy voice ever. It's because Caddy was introduced as Big Cat or something before this, like, fucking Elliot Rodger manifesto here. Where is it? Yeah, Big Cat in a white apron approached them, so that voice is accurate. Where were we? Big the Cat from Sonic? No, from fucking funny reference that I can't think of. The shit would get you nuked in our server, by the way. This is an exception. A little bit. I mean, technically they're just kissing, but like, there's a section later that would definitely get you nuked in the server. Birdley is a hentai protagonist, a loser who somehow got laid. Pretty much, yeah. But like, I feel like even like light novel protagonists usually aren't quite as this fucking skeevy. Maybe I haven't read enough light novels. They're pretty skeevy, but like Birdley's on a he's operating on like a high gear here. Birdley ships himself with Susie. Yeah, we all know Birdley's favorite Deltarune ship. It's not Soriel. This fanfic makes me appreciate how normal in-game Birdley is. That's true. It does seem like in-game Birdley is too like focused on just like being smart and being a gamer to be this black-pilled. Maybe under the surface, who knows, but usually being a hardcore gamer and in love with your own intelligence is not really mutually exclusive with being black-pilled as fuck, I've got to say. But we can give Birdley the benefit of the doubt. The hell is black-pilled? It's whatever this paragraph is. Probably sums it up. I don't know. I don't know if there's a dictionary definition. It's some color of pill. I don't know what color of pill that is anymore. It's octarine. The darkness inside your heart, like Riku. Oh, the playlist stopped. Hang on. Oh, we got Night in the Woods music. That's a little bit more fitting for this setting, at least. Okay, who's talking here? And it was definitely real? It was definitely real?
I'm sure it was.
And not some hysteria attack?
I'll give you hysteria, you prick.
Susie hissed and punched Birdley in the shoulder. Hey, how am I supposed to believe in this shit? It sounds like you two got soft glue and tripped balls.
I'm telling you, we traveled to some other world behind that doors.
Wait, Deltarune is canon here. I had no idea that we were actually going to bring in any plot points from the game here. This is a surprise to me. Susie pointed at the gray doors in front of them, but this is like an alt-universe thing, because like it implies that Birdley and Susie were a couple before the events of chapter 1, which is obviously not true. I don't think I have to specify that. They played the game? I know, it's a surprise to me too.
I'm telling you, we traveled to some other world behind that doors.
Susie said and pointed at the grey door in front of them. And it only worked once?
We have tried many times and nothing came out of it.
Okay, but it's canon to chapter 1, so there's like a little bit of overlap. Like, just for a split seconds, the spheres converge. In chapter 1, a little bit is canon, but afterward it goes back to being completely different. So you think that if someone new went into the closet, it will work again?
I think so.
And we had to break into the school in the night only for this?
Hey, you weren't complaining when I asked you, or are you chicking it out?
That's racist, you privileged, oversized gecko. That's perfectly in character for what we've seen so far, I gotta say. Birdley spewed out while grinning. Susie snorted with a short laugh.
Just get inside.
You called her a stupid lizard earlier. Yeah, true. Susie pushed Birdley forward. He pushed doors inward and stepped within. In the darkness, he could see a small room filled with school accessories. Brooms were tucked into the corner. Bucket and mop were placed near a stack of boxes of chalk and paper. Nothing out of the ordinary. Even a thick layer of dust in the corner seemed completely natural, and not at all derived from Asriel Dreamer. Eh? Is that your other world?
It wasn't like this the first time.
Yeah, it doesn't seem pitch black.
We will just have to wait for something to happen.
Why is Susie speaking like Toriel? Like there's no contractions anymore. It's very awkward. Did anything happen when you tried it again with Chris?
Not really.
Birdley sat on the floor. Let's just wait. Maybe we'll get lucky. This makes no sense, by the way. Like, again, it's I guess it's not really supposed to be canon to future chapters at all. It was probably written before chapter 2. They're doing drugs, Lamau? Oh, I hope so. That earlier fic that I had to disqualify with rules card and stuff, there was a lot of talk about like Shaman Jevil doing weed and mushrooms and stuff. I was looking forward to reading that, but again, it was ruined by the ending. Oops, I skipped ahead again. Birdley would rather go home than be part of this circus, but she was extremely serious about this. Susie sat next to him. She was wearing ragged green hoodie covering her head and slim joggers. That seems so in character. Beside black sweater, he wasn't wearing anything. Even his glasses were gone, as Susie once sat on them when they were learning. His new contact lenses weren't really comfortable. You took the glasses off Birdley? Fuck you, dude. Fuck you. Black sweater with no glasses, Birdley. Is this like the, what is it called? The black tank top principle? We're into like red letter media lore where Birdley's become enough of like a self-insert Neil Breen protagonist that he's now wearing something adjacent to a black tank top. Susie once said that he doesn't look like such a nerd anymore. Sacrilege, dude. He rolled up his sleeves and Susie stretched out her legs. Through her pants, he could see how toned her muscles, or he could see her toned muscles move. He got legs of Artemis, the Greek god, perfect like they were carved by some Greek douchebag himself. Polykletos. Again, in character for Birdley to know that, though. It's easy to make fun of, but perfectly in character. Birdley felt uncomfortable thinking about this. Thinking about what? Susie's hot, sexy tomboy legs or Polykletos? Greek gods are canon. So, are we like together now? It was hard for him to ask, a lot harder than confessing to her in that diner 2 weeks ago. Maybe because of emotions. With time, Susie got more mild with him. She returned to the old grumpy self. But he was starting to feel more and more toward her. Not before, when you, like, said you loved her? What's the deal with that?
Yeah, obviously, Susie answered.
We didn't really talk much about that.
Have you lost confidence, nerd?
It's just that, do you feel something to me?
Right now, I'm only feeling irritation.
Susie, this is serious.
This is like mildly in character dialogue, a little bit. It's better than before.
Jesus Christ, of course I do. If I don't declare my unstopping, deep, passionate love for you every minute, you stop thinking that I do?
Susie almost yelled with a sarcastic smile. How do you almost yell with a sarcastic smile? That's like different emotions.
Well, here you go. I love you. Are you happy?
I love you too, Birdley said and smiled.
Oh, you stupid little dork. Come here.
She wrapped her arm around Birdley's neck and dragged him toward her. Oh, what are you... Susie rolled her hand into a fist and started rubbing the top of Birdley's head with her knuckles. Undyne moment.
Is Susie replacing Undyne?
Choke him out. This motherfucker has read Percy Jackson. Is that what it was like? I read Percy Jackson way back, but I've forgotten what it's like.
Wow, time out. This isn't fun. Ah!
Susie stopped and put her snoot in the place rubbed by her. That's a very weird sentence. Just like casually using the word snoot in the middle of an otherwise very like grounded, like dirty realist kind of presentation. Crybaby, she smirked again.
Don't you ever do that again,
Birdley yelled. Susie rolled her eyes and lets the hold of Birdley. Lets go of Birdley, I assume. He doesn't move, calms down and lays his head on her chest.
You can move, freak.
I don't want to, he said and snuggled between her breasts. Birdley inhaled sharply and was drowned in her sweet aroma. The smell of smoke, pine tree resins, and her sweat filled his nostrils.
Yeah, this is what I want. This is what I want from Deltarune. Yeah, sweat.
She didn't wash this hoodie, and they had a fireplace in the woods. He was reading The Shadow of the Sun to her. I don't even know what that is. It's probably something edgy as fuck. And was gazing at him like a little curious child. Why is everything phrased in the worst fucking way possible? Just the worst. Then she saw her eat a whole pine cone. It was a mood breaker, honestly. At least he saw how her powerful jaws work. Every sinew and muscle of her mouth was made to cleave and shred. Now Susie was throwing sticks of chalk into her mouth and crunching them without any afterthought. Bon appetit. Fucking foul. Oh my god. Does Susie wear a wife beater in the future? I hope so. It's not hot when women eat pine cones. Tell that to Birdly. Okay, so this is the part that I had to censor. You can maybe tell what part I'm talking about. But we can still read the lead up and the ending of the situation, no problem. Birdly was sitting naked in his own house, in his own kitchen, by his own workshop. Bells in his head told to mark the death of the Pope himself. He was still holding a jug of water when Susie opened the back door and came inside. That's a paragraph? It's a paragraph, eh? Bro, why is he naked? I don't know what the fuck the sentence is. Bells in his head tolled to mark the death of the Pope. Is this what happens when the Pope dies? I'm not Italian. I've never heard the Pope died bells, but maybe that's what happens when the Pope dies. Birdly is like reclining naked in his kitchen, holding a jug of water. Like some sort of actual psycho. I don't know what's happening. This is back to the present tense, by the way. The flashback is over, if you hadn't noticed. Does Birdly even wear pants? You'll find out soon. When Susie came inside, "Morning," Birdly mumbled. Susie walked inside carrying a big bag of groceries in both of her hands.
Good morning. Are you naked right now?
This is my house, I can do whatever I want. And then absolutely nothing happens for about a page and a half. And then Susie says, "Take those." Susie said and threw blue tweed pants in Birdly's face. Of course they're tweed for some fucking reason. "And if I don't..." Susie slowly walked to the bed. She grabbed Birdly by his beak, shutting him up.
"I'll break you in half,"
she growled quietly, bringing Birdly to her face. She let go of his face and started looking for some shirt in the wardrobe. Birdly slowly put on his pants. He started wearing those when puberty hit him, for obvious reasons. So there you go. Everyone who asked about Birdly's pants, now you have the lore. Now you have that mental image. And you'll never be able to forget it, I think. Literature, says chat. It's so nice of Susie to give Birdly a pair of pants. Yeah, he was clearly confused after his hangover. Totally not a sex scene later. It wasn't even just definable as a sex scene. It was fucking weird. I don't know what the fuck was going on there, but we're not getting into it. Yeah, don't I need to take a shower first? Birdly asked.
You will shower later before you leave.
He forgot about that. He was going to a meeting today at 4. He had booked a flight from Burlington to New York. They're in Burlington? Is that canon? I don't know where the fuck Burlington is. It's somewhere in the US. I don't know. Not hometown. No, they're in Burlington, dipshit. How could he forget that? Oh, right. Birdly stood up and walked to her when she suddenly turned around toward him. Put this on, Susie said. She was holding a white shirt and black braces. Picture Birdly wearing blue tweed pants and like a white dress shirt. It's fucking weird. New York and America are canon? Oh, we already had a reference to hometown being in New England, so that's nothing new. I'm gonna be honest, I don't even know what braces refers to in the context of men's fashion. I've never heard of it. Fuck it, I'll look it up. Oh, they're just suspenders. Well, fuck, Birdie's wearing suspenders and blue tweed pants. That's a look and a half, all right. Suspenders in North America. Oh, is this like a Euro fic, like a EU type fic? I guess the it seems like the author doesn't speak English natively, so maybe that would explain it. How do we get the original if you want to know what you meant by it was weird? If you really want to know, it was submitted in the Undertale Deltarune Weird Fix submission thread on my Discord server. So if you go in there, I'm sure you could find it, or you could ask. Chat says, Chris, I may have doubted you in the past, but I see now that Snowgrave was totally justifiable. I guess that's from the perspective of Noel. When was hometown in New England? Earlier, I forget. In this fanfic, I should specify that's not canon to Deltarune, except it might be because Susie says bubbler, and apparently that's New England slang, as I heard from a friend I have in New England, actually. So that might be accurate. Learn wingdings to read this fic. Yeah, lowercase wingdings too. The worst. Alright. Burlington is the largest city in Vermont? I don't know shit about Vermont, dude. I'm not a GeoGuessr streamer. Oh, this is back to like just prose now. Goody, goody for us. Oh, the shadow and its form, mysterious and deceiving. He was still thinking about that. The lies of the natural world. We are all based on a lie, just like nature is. There should be nothing more than a mind, floating in pure chaos of creation. Death and decay wait for those who desire the greatness of this momentum of life. Only those who seek immortality shall survive, as the spirit will never fade in the meaningless spin of the universe. Being created to die, to perish, to disappear. Are the senses only reliable information about this world? Epicurus wasn't right, another Greek douchebag. It's the desire that makes us see the world as it is. And what is the greater desire than everlasting life or consciousness? Nothing can be more than that. Nothing.
Nothing.
Susie woke up. Was that Susie dreaming? I refuse to believe that Susie would dream about Epicurus. Even if she's married to Birdley, that's not happening. That's a Birdley dream. Bro, this is just saying philosophic words without us thinking about. I don't really know what the fuck they're getting at here. I don't think these themes have been built up in the work adequately. If I'm going to give my honest critique, I'm not sure that the framework is in place to tackle the themes of immortality and consciousness as stated by Epicurus in 2000 BC or whatever. Anyway, Susie woke up. Dream, a nightmare perhaps. Sweat broke out on her forehead. Vision spinning in a dark bedroom. Hallelujah, a true realm. She was breathing heavily, not from dread, from exhaustion. Or from exhaustion? Or is it from exhaustion? It's ambiguous. Everything has come back to normal standards. The messy room, the sad glow of the morning sun through a small window. She wondered why he would pick that room. It was cold and dark. He liked that, she presumed. She sat on the edge of the bed, her hands, her legs, her hair, her body. Her hair body. Should she care about anything else? It was a rather early morning, and she had a couple hours before he wakes up. Susie takes a deep breath. Are we in present tense? No, okay, that was just an anomaly. She had a couple hours before she wakes up. So we changed to present tense mid-sentence and keep going. Again, I can't judge. My Mario 64 shitpost fic does the same thing like a million times. Susie takes a deep breath, places her legs on the cozy carpet beneath their bed. She slowly stands up and stretches her body. It's like every bone in her body was misplaced. Fuck, says Susie as she straightens her back. Birdley rolled on his another side and loudly smacked his lips. His lips that he has. Lazy drone, she thought, and sluggishly left their bedroom. The house seemed gloomy. Cold gray light soaking into the hall and the living room, creating a rather depressing atmosphere. Fuck. If you weren't picturing this as a French New Wave film before, you sure are now. Cold floor made her shiver. We're omitting the articles. That's how, like, we're really just immersed in Susie's mind state here. It's, like, free and direct. The articles would detract from the, like, the rawness of Susie's stream of consciousness here. She quickie grabs a dirty pair of stockings and wore it. Is it just me, or is the grammar, like, degrading? As the further we go into the fic, the worse the grammar becomes. It's like, much worse than it used to be. She noiselessly escapes the room, wearing nothing but a simple white t-shirt and short jogging pants. Without touching anything, she left and inhales the clear, cold air outside. The green, fresh world surrounding her makes her mind relaxed. She starts to run on the in-forest road. With movement, the forest seems to wake up. The birds start their melody. The wind blows in the crowns of the trees. Everything seems so alive. And she just runs forward, concentrating on the motion of her legs. With every breath, a thought comes to her. She thinks about her marriage, how they are floating together on this absurd ocean, how the waves of life stir them with ups and downs, ups and downs. She's starting to be seasick. And so she runs through the forest, thinking about all the lies that life feeds us. Susie runs by the side of the lake. That was the place where they did it for the first time. Right there in the green undergrowth, breathing heavy summer air, both of them wet and dirty. Nice. Make it as graphic as possible, please. Biggest lie life has told her was spoken there, and they were thinking this happiness will never stop, that their love will attract it like some sort of magnet. A lie that only happiness comes from love. When you see loved ones suffering, your love becomes a burden, and you can't let the love go. Loved ones never suffer alone. Horrific. Brain cell numbers spike when horny. Oh, that's why the rating gets better in some places? Okay. This is how Jevel and Spamton went insane. Yeah, Gasser just showed them this fic. There's like, hey kids, I got this thing on Pastebin. The fanfic activates your fight or flight response. Yep. The dirt road stops. Susie's starting to run on asphalt. The town is near. As she runs, the first houses start to appear. Susie leaves the lake in the back and enters the thorp. Thorp. I think that just means town? I've never heard that term used, though, in North America. In those early morning hours, streets are empty. She stops near the small red house and wipes the sweat from her forehead. The sky begins to clear, first rays of sun starting to fall on the town. The black gate at the end of the street starts to open. Woman's figure leaves through the open gate. Figure spots Susie. There really are just no articles anymore. It's like bullet point writing. Figure spots Susie and immediately stops walking, just to a second after almost run in her direction. Hi, Susie. Hi, Susie. What are you doing here? Noelle asked. She replies, trying to slightly smile. Is this back in hometown? Is this like a flashback again? Maybe it's a flashback.
I'm just running. It helps clear my head.
It's been so long since I last saw you. I don't know what the fuck Noelle voice is doing here. Whatever.
We'd been busy.
Noelle was staring at her like she was some kind of holy prophet, her eyes almost wide open in some kind of admiration, her mouth twitching and almost drooling at the pavement. Alright, so now we know what Noelle looks like during this conversation. I'm glad that it was specified. Why don't you come to us for dinner? You can bring Berkeley if you want. If she wants? Like it wasn't obvious that Susie wouldn't go with her husband. No, this isn't in hometown. Noelle just lives in fucking Vermont now for no reason. Okay. Noelle's just like also middle-aged and shit. Why is she still drooling over Susie if she's like, if it's been this long? Do they know each other? Do they see? I don't fucking know what's happening.
That sounds lovely.
Susie replied, making the most credible smile she could. How does 6 o'clock sound like?
Perfect.
Susie felt uncomfortable. Noelle seemed to be full of the joys of spring. Yeah, those. My favorite, the joys of spring. Susie thought Noelle will say something more. She was wrong. She just looked at her with big hazel eyes. Behind those hazel eyes. Do you know where we live? Noelle finally asked after a moment of awkward silence.
Yeah, we know.
So they do know each other, but they've never been for dinner before. They just happen to live next to each other, but don't communicate. And Susie still has a crush on, or Noelle still has a crush on Susie. This is weird, I'm not sure. That's good. Noelle seems more eager with every word.
So we're set. Bye, Noelle.
Susie replies and starts running back home. Bye, Susie. That was rude of Susie, but Noelle didn't seem to mind how quickly the conversation ended. When running back, Susie was sure Noelle was drilling her body with her gaze. What is this plot development here? Like, what's happening anymore? Like, what is this fanfiction about now? It's now like Susie and Birdley have to go to the awkward dinner party. It's Meet the Fockers or something. There's no plot. I'm so lost now, yeah. Oh, no. There is no way, Birdley replied.
It's just a dinner. I promised it to Noelle.
So what? You didn't sign anything.
Jesus Christ, do it for me, just this once.
Birdley was visibly irritated. His eyes narrow and nostrils started to twitch. Fine.
And you'll behave?
As you wish, Birdley smirked. Susie kicked Birdley in his shin.
I'm serious. I'll kill you if you don't behave.
Sure, let's just hope they have some good wine. Now Birdley's into wine. Fucking poser. I know you're a Scotch man, Birdley.
And you'll not even drink a drop of it. I know what you become after a couple drinks.
You never complained, Birdley whispers with a smile, more to himself than her. You never complained. Cue the Seinfeld theme.
You're gonna wear your suit. Come on.
Susie said while walking out of the living room in the direction of their bedroom. Just let it end, and now we have the dinner party scene still. We're near the end. This is like maybe the last 10% left is the dinner party scene. This is the ending. The rain was pouring like crazy from the sky. Birdley folded up the umbrella. They were standing on the porch of a pretty white house.
Birdley, just be nice.
Why does Birdley hate Noelle so much? Weren't they were like best buds. Noelle opened the doors for them. Birdley immediately put up his best smile. Please come inside. She was extremely excited. Her cheeks were burning red. Her eyes were rapidly glancing both Susie and Birdley. Chris was standing in the back. Oh, it's Chriselle too? The fuck? I wasn't expecting that. Holy shit. I knew Chris was here, but I didn't know that Chris was like Noelle's, you know. Okay, that's neat. They took the two worst ships and are just like, yeah, what if that was canon? I guess I can say for the record that if anyone ships, like legitimately ships Birdley and Susie, this is the outcome you deserve. I think this is pretty much inevitable. Like, I hope this is what you wanted. Chris was standing in the back near the staircase with a face so stoic that it would make some poker players jealous. Noelle was wearing a long yellow dress, completely out of fashion. Yeah, fuck you, Noelle. Your dress isn't fashionable. That's last week's fashion, you fucking bitch. Chris was wearing a black suit with a blue sweater underneath. It fitted his thin and slim shape. All right, we got Chris pronouns, all right. In this world, out of fashion clothes. Why is Chris wearing a Can you wear a suit with a sweater underneath? Is that a real thing? I can't picture it. The most... Who the fuck wears a sweater under a shirt, chat says. I don't know. Maybe Chris just has to wear a sweater. It's contractually obligated. Oh, BoJack Horseman, you're fucking right, JD. Chris is literally rocking the BoJack. That's horrific. All mentions of homosexuality removed. Everyone in this fic has been like infected with the not gays via like atmospheric aerosol. Chris's BoJack. Chris is probably an alcoholic in this. They're all fucking alcoholics. This is like American Psycho. They're all alcoholics and Susie's taking steroids to supplement her morning jogs. Like, what the fuck? Everyone just hates themselves and each other. There's no joy in this universe. Just go fuck yourself, no matter what. Yeah, Chris is wearing this fucking BoJack Horseman-ass suit with a sweater underneath. The most noticeable thing about him was his head. And again, this is the fanfic author's world. Chris is him now. There's no going back. His hair was much shorter, short enough to see his red eyes that always disgusted and scared Birdly. Red eyes, just like the serpent in his dreams. Wasn't the snake in his dream green, like Chris's sweater? Was that like a big metaphor that's gonna come back now? Hi! Noelle screamed and hugged Susie. Why is Noelle still horny for Susie? I don't get it. It's been decades, Noelle. It's been decades. You're married. Noelle was weird. They weren't with Susie, even on speaking terms, and she was hugging her like they were best friends. You could have just made this a high school fic, and this would have made a lot more sense if you wanted to go this direction. Hello, Noelle, Birdly says calmly. Noelle didn't seem to mind. Her entire attention was dedicated to Susie. What didn't she mind? That Birdly said hi? Birdly classified her as a lost cause and walked to Chris, who doesn't even try to put up a smile. Birdly doesn't walk to Chris, he's like, women, right? That it's not real, but it could have happened. You know it could have happened. Birdly doesn't smile either for them. Both in the situation is extremely uncomfortable.
Hello, Birdly.
That's Chris's voice now. Hello, this is a really nice house. He tries to make a small friendly smirk. Dear God, will his face turn into a snake's jaw and strike him? Probably not. Mom? Who the fuck is Mom? Mom, do we have guests? Who are you? Who the fuck are you? A small child runs down the stairs. She is dressed in a white shirt and a plain skirt. She may have been 5 or 6 years. Blonde ponytail jumps with every movement. Is this Chris and Noelle's kid? And we're just not going to describe like the obvious. Is she a deer creature? Is she a human? Does anyone know? It's just never going to be brought up. We just have to imagine it. What species is it? Maybe it's, if it's Elder Scrolls lore, it's a deer creature. We can picture that. Please tell me they aren't a hybrid. Actually, it's better if they're a hybrid. It's cursed. It matches the setting. Picture like Boo from Monsters, Inc., but covered in like a thin layer of hair. Like a little bit more than human, but not full furry and with antlers. That's I think what you should picture. And hooves. I'm crying and shaking right now, says chat. Good, okay. This is the appeal. This is what fanfiction streams are. They're fucking horrible, and I don't know why I like them so much. I recommend, if you get a taste for this shit, you should go check out Jabroni Mike after this. His ones are worse. He doesn't shy away from reading smut. He doesn't give a shit. Who is talking here? Is this Chris?
Yes, honey. Say hello to your aunt and uncle.
Aunt and uncle? Hello! This is our daughter, Clara. Noelle smiled. Birdly lowers his head as Clara. Okay, it's not Kara. It's Clara. Copyright-free Kara. This is the most fucked up prequel kind of reading of Deltarune of all time is that Kara was the child of Noelle and Chris Deltarune. Birdley lowered his head as Clara walked to him. Can you fly? For the first time since they entered this house, Birdley sincerely smiled. No, I can't, Birdley laughs. The only creature that is happy with his presence here. Noelle poorly tries to hide that she is only interested in Susie, and Chris is staring at him with a glazed look. How terrifying. Fucking, it's canon that no one likes Birdley. Maybe this is self-aware. Like, I go back and forth reading this, whether it's self-aware or not. Like, no one seems to like Birdley at all. Is this a joke or real? No one knows. This fanfiction was found in, like, after the Taiwanese military disarmed an ancient naval mine from World War II. Inside the casing it was inscribed with a link to this on pastebin. That's the only known origin of this fanfiction. No one knows where it comes from. Oh, Chris is just like,
Go to your room, honey.
he's just like, don't talk to my son ever again, basically. Chris doesn't even want his son hanging around Birdley. Or his daughter. This is so fucked up, dude. This is fucked up. Clara quickly runs upstairs, sucking on her thumb. Sweet kid, Birdley thinks. Humans and monsters can't have children. Oh, we get the lore. The lore. The adoption must have come easily since Chris was an orphan as well. Is that how it works? Why the fuck would that be how it works? Okay, so Clara is adopted. Understood. It's still unclear what species Clara is, though. Thank fuck. Is she human? Those can't be real. I don't know. Oh, and Chris is an orphan? Wait, what the fuck? Oh, is that because... I guess technically Chris's birth parents, like, if they're adopted in canon, they must have at some point been an orphan, maybe? I don't know, maybe? Is that, I don't know, I don't fucking know. Why am I trying to think so hard about this? They thought about adoption too, but decided that if there was just a slight glance of hope, they will stick to it. Maybe that was a mistake. Maybe they would be happy by now. Please come, Noelle said and entered the dining room. The table is already laid. Birdley sits next to Susie in front of Chris. Noelle went to the kitchen to heat up the meal. This is just a weird, unpleasant setting. It's like the dinner party from Facade. Like these kind of... these middle-aged, like, yuppie couples just kind of meeting and none of them like each other. And they're having this weird, like... cordial dinner with the illusion that they're all having a good time, but they're just like, what the fuck are they doing? Like, this is, at the best of times, this would be an uncomfortable setting, but we have Deltarune characters for some reason.
Honey, pour some wine for our guests.
Without a word, Chris stands, walks to the cupboard, and pulls out a bottle of wine. Oh, that was Noelle's line, but who cares? Red liquid pours into a wine glass. Birdley sees his crimson reflection in it. Susie coughs as she sees with what joy he gazes at the glass, to remind him of his promise. Susie is like, Birdley, you can't get on the wine tonight. We can't have a repeat of the incident. With great sorrow, he breaks the eye contact with the wine and starts to gaze over the walls. Alcoholic Birdley, I fucking know, right? Was that the Chris voice? Yeah, Chris is the battered now. If Chris is male in this canon, I'm gonna go all out. He's just gonna be Sylvester Stallone. They were filled with paintings, mostly real... Oh, wait. He gazes at... Okay, let me try again. With great sorrow, he breaks the eye contact with the wine and starts to gaze over the walls. They were filled with paintings, mostly realism, landscapes, still life, but there were some attempts at cubism, and in one of the two close corners of his room, an expressionistic painting of a woman holding a vase. I'm so glad that we know that now, author. That's really cool, about how you know the history of contemporary art movements. Their quality was rather good, although Chris should stick to realism, as everything else was nothing more than an unsuccessful try. Is Birdley actually the fucking guy who is like... He is like the guy in the 1890s. He was like, oh, these French fauvists and their attempts at not being realistic with paintings. Blah. It's like, you gotta be 200 years old to have that bad of a take. You have to be literally 200 years old. Their quality was rather good, although Chris... yeah. Birdley had to take art classes at college. He never liked painters. Pretentious, lazy pricks, believing that sheer talent will make them successful. He only respected those who worked their way up. Sure, Birdley, I'm sure that's how it worked. Chris is so out of character. I don't fucking know what Chris's character even exactly is, but it's not this. You're right. Chris is like, yes, I'm into Picasso. That's what I mean about this being so uncanny. Like, all these characters feel like they're taken out of Mad Men or American Psycho. It's fucking bizarre. Or The Room, as I said earlier. Like, this is like Tommy Wiseau's apartment, like, covered in stock photos of spoons, because he doesn't know what art is. Like, it's incredible. Well, he didn't have a talent or rich parents. Everything he had achieved, he did with hard work and an unbending will. He always wanted to be better than everyone, and with the sheer force of that dream, he pushed himself to become what he was right now. And when that dream became true, he felt unbelievable joy. You're middle class in a failing marriage, making a villa for wealthy people in Spain. I guess that's aspirational for someone, I don't know. At least for some time, now he feels empty. Now sad cynicism fills his thoughts. Noelle comes back from the kitchen. Secondhand embarrassment from reading this? Oh, I hope you all do. That's part of the experience. 1 hour till the stream? Yes, we have 1 hour until the actual Fangamer stream starts. I'm just going to essentially mirror that, or restream it, or steal it shamelessly, whatever you call it. We get to find out, watch like Spamton's public execution or something. Now sad cynicism fills his thoughts. Noelle comes back from the kitchen. Just a minute, it'll be ready, she chirps and sits down next to Chris. An uncomfortable silence follows. Noelle is staring at Susie with excitement so great that she was almost rocking in her chair. It's just as bad as it was in Chapter 2. What is that sound? EKHM. Are there... there's your paintings, Chris. Birdie looks at the wall.
Yes,
They are nice. Is it your hobby?
it's my job.
Now that was interesting. How much are those scribblings worth anyway? Not much for sure. Chris didn't represent any uncanny style as far as you can see anyway. Does he paint digitally? Are those paintings on the wall early experiments? He might just ask. He's even like just a douchebag about it. You can't believe that the people actually want to pay for Chris's art. Do you work with real paints?
Yes, I like to touch my work.
Who will buy that art in a small forgotten town like this? Wait, are they still... Did the author forget that he was in Vermont? Or is that something else? Was Birdley's connecting flight through Vermont and they're still in hometown? I don't fucking know anymore. He might have sold some to his friends and family, but Birdley wasn't sure that Chris isn't a moneymaker. Birdley was sure that Chris isn't a moneymaker. And yet they're living in this pretty fucking house. Noelle's family is rich. That would easily explain that. God, he's getting like class envy and shit. Just like all the skeeviest bullshit seeping into the... fuck. He's a great artist, Noelle laughs. Chris, show us some of your work.
Noelle, maybe later. I don't want to bore guests.
Good move, Chris. Good move. Chris knows what's up. New England is a region, not a state. Oh, is it one of those sneaky things where Vermont is part of New England again? Damn it, everywhere's part of New England secretly. That always catches me by surprise. Chris is turning into Sylvester Stallone? That's sort of what it's supposed to be, though. That's the voice I use for the batter during the off streams. Oh, I completely forgot about our food. Chris, could you help me? Of course she forgot, when she was staring with such passion at Susie, who feels more than uncomfortable. This begins to feel eerie. It's like Noelle only engaged with her. Of course they were friends in high school, but after Birdie went to college in Boston, canonically classmates with Germa, it's canon now, and they were living in a small apartment by the sea. She remembered the things they were up to back then. Susie had to rise early in the morning for her job in the restaurant. She would always wake him up for both of them to attend the sunrise. A giant white orb like an angel was emerging from the bowels of the deep, dark waters. Hell yeah. Boston sunrises. Andrew, you need to get drunk. I've been drinking a beer this whole time. I wouldn't say I'm drunk, but I'm an extreme lightweight and haven't eaten today, so it's having an effect. It's getting a bit harder to read, I'll say. Oh, the next paragraph is really, really good, isn't it? This is a good paragraph. I forgot. Okay, this is the grossest it gets without actually reading the sex scene. I'll give you a warning in advance. He remembered that on the weekends they would take mescaline and inhale poppers, loving each other throughout the whole night on a dirty bed drenched with sweat and bodily fluids, or cling to each other in mad fear when the trip took them straight to the depths of Sheol. You know, Sheol, the fifth area in the Binding of Isaac. That was pretty bad. I considered removing that, but I thought that we could handle it. Who goes to Sheol? Always take the Polaroid. Exactly. I'm not even sure quite what mescaline is, but I'm sure it's great. You can figure it out from context. Oh wait, chat's reading ahead. You're spoiling it. They have seen Noelle and Chris only once since. She invited Susie and Birdley at her wedding. Birdley was drinking with some guy called Des. Oh my god, Des is a guy. The pronouns are just fucked here. I wouldn't be surprised if the yellow lizard from before was supposed to be Alfie's. Like, the author doesn't give a shit. Who almost started a fight with Chris. Like, the most plot-relevant character ever now in the sweepstakes. It's like, alright, find her, she's in the code, she's all gastery. No, Des is now just a guy that Birdley got drunk with at Noelle's wedding. That's wonderful. She wasn't missing. Maybe it's a different Des. Maybe it's just a guy named Desmond. And it's unrelated, completely unrelated. Yo, Kara, still up for the whole erasing the world thing? Yeah. This world needs a dose of human instrumentality, I think. The guy called Des almost started a fight with Chris, so Birdley had to drag him away. Instead, Des and Birdley beat the shit out of each other in a stupid alcoholic rage and became best friends until they both passed out on the dance floor. That's why Birdley's not allowed to touch the wine anymore. Holy shit. Des even appeared in their own wedding, but he was greatly calmer. But Noelle back then wasn't acting as unnatural as she was now. Although they never knew why they were invited, they never gave it a second thought. But now Susie sits in her chair and a single word can't escape her mouth. Until Susie and Noelle disappeared from the kitchen. Oh, until Chris and Noelle.
Do you feel weird?
Birdley doesn't answer. Instead, he gets a hold of the glass with one swift wing and downs it, its contents into his beak. A little.
Jesus Christ, what are you...
Birdley grabs the bottle of wine and pours himself some more. He's going sicko mode. He's gonna burn their house down by the end of the night.
You're killing me. You're fucking killing me.
She covered her eyes with hands and trembled. Relax, they won't even notice.
You're tearing me apart, Birdly.
Chris and Noelle emerged from the kitchen doors. Chris was holding a wooden cutting board with an enormous bronze glittering turkey on it. They made sure to serve a bird just to make Birdly uncomfortable. It's like real passive-aggressive mind games. That's confirmed, by the way, if anyone joined like midway through. Like, Birdly is uncomfortable irrationally about eating bird products. Even though he does. Noelle was carrying 2 glass bowls, one filled with mashed potatoes and one with green peas. Delicious. White suburbia core. After sitting everything on a white covered table, Chris brought a long cutting knife from the kitchen and started to cut the poultry. Birdly's stomach twisted when he saw the human with a weapon handling the turkey with such skill. That's kind of funny, actually. Everyone got a nice significant piece of dead bird. They slowly ate in uncomfortable silence, with only the calm clunking of cutlery. Everyone's just in dead silence, like wishing they weren't there. Oh, it's perfect.
So, what do you do for a living, Birdly?
Chris started. I'm an architect. Chris smiled devilishly.
You must be good at what you're doing, living in a big house on the outskirts in the forest.
Oh, you've seen it. That's my design as well.
Birdly had a feeling that Chris is steering the conversation on the water of wish. He wished not to sail. The fuck, Birdly? On the water of wish he wished... I think he's saying that he doesn't want the conversation to go in this direction. He was waiting for another question with a painful stagnation. Like, he's got dragon rot. He waited that long. That's how uncomfortable the silence was. He cut dragon rot.
Yes, I've seen your huge house. It's kind of empty, isn't it?
Through a thin fog, Birdly began to see the focus of this conversation. He didn't like it a bit. Who the hell does Chris think he is? Chris! Noelle gasped, even though he didn't like where this is going. Even she didn't like where this was going. Chris continued, ignoring his wife. Why is Chris suddenly a character in this? Like, what the fuck does Chris have to do with anything? Chris continued, ignoring his wife. His smile was becoming wider and wider, turning into an unnatural grin.
Didn't you want to start a family?
Susie froze with a fork in hand, halfway to her mouth. Once again, the silence filled the dining room. Birdly thoughtfully took off his glasses. Oh, he's back to wearing glasses. I thought he had contact lenses. He probably wears contact lenses and has empty frames just because he looks better. He took off his glasses and placed them next to the plate. He was calm and steady on the outside, but the storm was growing in his mind like a typhoon.
Dude, oh, the devil shivers, dude, when the nice guy loses his temper.
Chris guesses that he built his house thinking about his future family. He guesses damn right, and yet he has no kids. The rest is obvious. They can't have kids. Birdly's not expecting something that vicious to be brought up today, but he seems to underestimate Chris's zealousy. They don't know each other anymore. What the fuck is Chris... What is Chris doing? This makes no sense.
Do you believe in karma, Birdly?
No, I don't believe in faith or fairy tales.
Accurate. Very accurate. Birdly's voice seems tired and croaky.
I do believe in it. Life never forgets about our past mistakes.
Birdly tried to soothe his voice.
Do you seriously believe because of some ideological magical energy I can't have...
Silence again.
Jesus, you're pitiful.
Jesus with a Z?
Jesus, you're pitiful. I tried to be pleasant. I tried. I'm sorry, Susie. This is just...
Birdly looked away from Chris and Noelle in a disappointed way. This is just facade now. Like, Chris said melon too loudly, and now he's being kicked out.
You wanted me to taste my own medicine. What a sick plan, huh?
Birdly's voice was turning up to sarcastic tones. The cynical manner of speech from his younger days had returned. He got up from his seat and took a walk to the corner of the room, examining each painting carefully.
All those pretty paintings must not be selling so well.
Chris laughed peacefully. Birdly squinted angrily at him. Dark embers of his pupils were lit by an impish spark that danced and wiggled in them.
You are really a hateful guy after all, Birdly said, shortening the distance between them, the two of them. You contemplate how many times I've wronged you and wait for the sweet opportunity of revenge.
Susie covered her face and placed
and placed and leaned her arms on the table. Noelle was silently looking down at her meal. Her down lip twitching nervously. Why does the writing, it's like the signal drops out or something. The writing quality just gets worse periodically. I don't understand. You've married into this wealth. What else would you want in life? Torment me? Noelle wiped her damp eyes with the back of her hand. Burley was breathing heavily and leaning over Chris. You're a talentless failure, Burley said, walking over Noelle, grabbing the back seat off Chris's chair. Burley felt an ill joy from saying this. Chris was almost quivering in his seat, filled with a sickening smile. Wait, that's the ending. That's the end. What happened? Did I paste it wrong? Shit, it cuts off there. This is maddening. How can it end there? Good, we're free. Guess that's it. Everyone's just like, yes, it's over. Just joined the stream. What was this fic about? Oh, buddy, I have no idea anymore. I don't know. It was about words, and occasionally they had meaning. I have to check at least if I did the paste, if the pastebin link had more. Because I'm curious. There's another pastebin titled Umra's Stories. Oh, that's like, there's more from the author? Oh, fuck. This is the worst AU. This is just like, everything it touches is just like cold and horrible. He killed all of them, the end. Okay, I'm going to investigate. Ah, damn it. I'm gonna have to... You can't really search in threads in Discord still. It's gonna take a while to find it. I'm sure chat will have a lovely time sort of processing all that as I look for more. Great ending, don't continue. That was, yeah, everything I hoped for, really. That was fucking horrible. That one was horrible. How do we get these fanfics? I'll put them in the video description. They're in my Discord server. There's a link to a Google Doc that has them. Actually, I'll show that now. Might as well just show that while I'm looking. There. So these are the names of the fics that I've read so far. Shamrock Shakes, I'll be there. This was Umriss, which is German for outline, by the way. I have no idea what that means. They seem to be going for sort of like a motif with like silhouettes and outlines, but I have no idea what that meant as of now. It didn't seem to go anywhere at all. Oh shit, $6 from Ryu. I came at the start of this page and I'm already disappointed that it ended soon. Apologies for the delay. Now bless the stream. Oh, thanks Ryu. No problem. I'm sorry that you couldn't make it for that. We still have one more though. It probably won't reach the same heights as that, or the same depths, I should say, but... Oh, boy. Sexy Men in Love? Oh, it's just a shit post about the Twitter poll where Sans was the beat Reagan. It's Sans X Reagan, basically. But it's really long. And it's not quite funny enough to be that long, so I decided to axe it. Spamton Goes to McDonald's is also really long and like weirdly taken seriously. Sans X Ronald Reagan? Yes. Oh no, you missed the Spade King X Rules College fic? Yeah, that one is it was quite fun. It's a slice of life. We skipped the one we wanted to read though because it involved like it got really dark suddenly, and like rules card got like roofied basically. In one of the later stories, it's like a series, but like this earlier story in the same alternate universe was more innocent, so we read that one. Spamton goes to McDonald's gives you Caliburn goes to Starbucks vibes. X character goes to McDonald's or Burger King or Tesco. Seems to be like a really popular genre of fan fiction. There was a Kel goes to Burger King fanfic that I didn't end up including here. Read the Birdly Mario 64 fic. We need the break from the crudely violence we just read. That wasn't crudely, that was susly. I'm not sure if you noticed. Yeah, maybe. I was still supposed to be looking for that fic, by the way. I'm still doing that. I just don't know how to search for it. Oh shit, there was a Burger Pants X Solix one that was submitted, which I never actually vetted. That sounds pretty funny. It's probably like 50,000 words long though. A Reader X Sans, yeah. Oh, there's Sunny Goes to Burger King. Classic. Where the fuck was Umris linked? We briefly explored the potential of doing Sans X Purple Guy works, but I decided that was too off topic. Didn't want to fuck with it. There's a Nagito and Sans divorce fic. That's cool. I'm just going through my submissions thread here, reminiscing. I think I may have passed the Umris, actually. I'm worried now. Oh, it's linked by Remnant. Thank God. Did I miss part of it, or is this just where it cuts off? No, that's where it cuts off. Like, that's all the fic I have access to, so it literally just ends there. It's lost media, apparently. Holy shit. It doesn't end there. Oh, it does end there. Check your DMs. Oh, yeah, it just ends there. Huh. Oh wait, the music stopped for a sec. All right, so yeah, no more Umris. So that means we're officially done that fic. I'm sure many of you in chat will be ecstatic to hear that. I don't know why it ends like that. It's like there was more, but it was lost to time. Like maybe the last part of that link they found inscribed on the World War II naval mine was like cut off, and it didn't have the ending. I'm sure it would have been unpleasant either. Can we do Plan B? Oh yeah, we're doing Plan B. Okay, so the next one you got is a lot later hearted. It's not gross. It's not fucking weird. This one is written for the stream by a member of my Discord server. It's just a shit post. And I was hesitant to accept it, but it seemed kind of funny, so I thought I'd give it a go. We'll have a look. And this is by well, yeah, Shadow of Roserade is their name on Discord too, so I don't know if they're in chat right now. What is its genre? I have no idea. Bro, what? Gun violence and Curdly were tagged? You're spoiling it. I haven't looked at the tags. Wait, people in chat know the author? Is Shadow of Rosary just an established fanfic author already? And I got like an accidental commission? I'm sure this is fine. Alright. Chris has a score to settle, so they call Susie at 6 a.m. and together they hatch a scheme. Stuff then happens. Chris shoots awake, rolling out of bed and landing face down on the floor. After a muffled groan of pain, they push themselves off the floor and walk to the center of the room. They hold their hand high in the air for a moment, flexing their fingers slowly before they bury their hand in their chest. They scream, a silent scream of pain, as they tear out the bright, heart-shaped soul wedged within. They hold it aloft as it shimmers white for a second, but only a second. Chris tosses the red soul with all their might into the birdcage, sitting in the corner of the room. It clinks against the cage's rusty metal bars, closing the door with a clink. So is this like the unseen story, like what Chris actually did after chapter 1? The soul struggles uselessly as Chris takes a moment to catch their breath. After a few tense moments of silence apart from the quiet rattling of the soul crashing against the cage, Chris breathes a sigh of relief. They are free for now. Their plan can finally get underway. They crave justice and retribution after all this time. They pull out their phone from their pocket and quickly scroll past their mother's many calls, and finally select the number they need and hit call. The phone rings for a few moments before a voice barks out the other end.
What the fuck, dude? It's like 6 a.m. What do you want?
Susie's voice angrily shouts from the phone speaker.
It's time for plan B.
That's still gonna be Chris's voice, I guess. I don't know.
It's time for plan B1.
They respond, unfazed by Susie's outburst.
Oh shit, really?
Susie says, her tone having completely shifted.
Now? Are you sure?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Damn, alright. She relents. I'll go to Castletown, tell Ralsei, and then I'll meet you at the place we agreed. Sound good?
Yeah.
They reply.
I'll scout out the area. Hopefully my mom doesn't notice I'm gone.
Alright, good luck.
Ditto.
They say before disconnecting the call. Chris shambles toward the door, giving one last glance toward the soul rattling in the birdcage. It hurts to go without it, but it's what needs to be done. The soul would never let them do something so recklessly and frankly stupid. At least they know they have enough time while Susie's getting Ralsei. That's my typing quirk, by the way. I change the pronunciation of Ralsei and Ralsei alone with every time I say it. They quickly manage to creep out of their house without waking Toriel. They look around and see that there's no one around. They feel relief bloom in their chest, though it shouldn't have been surprising. After all, the sun hasn't even risen yet. They slowly climb down the street, toward their target. It's not too far now. They must have underestimated their own capabilities. Maybe they can do more without their soul than they realize. Well, parry my forward smash and throw me off the stage. An annoyingly familiar voice squawks from behind them. Is that Chris Dreamer up so early? They turn around with a scowl. Birdly.
Why are you here?
They manage to groan. Birdly scoffs self-righteously and turns up his beak. I'm just going to school. I must arrive ahead of schedule to be properly prepared for academia. You know what they say, the early bird gets the best grades. He snorts annoyingly. Not like you would know. After all, you're probably only up to partake in illicit activities like licking books at the library or cheating at the 20-year-old fighting games. How disappointing. Chris, you are so cool. Coolos. Oh, you are so close to matching me in class. Yes, that's what I meant to say. You see, highly reputable studies show that students who arrive on time are bound to get better grades than truants. But I hear your questions now. Oh, mighty Superlord Birdly, how do you manage to find time to be totally super duper epic pro Fortnite gamer? I sure read that just now. It's ridiculously simple, my small-brained friend. A simple game at night. You know what they say, sleep is for the weak. So I just drink 3 to 5 cans of 5-hour energy to keep me awake and energized for the rest of the day. It's the perfect plan. So suave, Birdly. Chris barely holds back a groan. They do not have the energy to deal with Birdly right now, and knowing him, he's going to be birding them for the rest of their journey, but he'll probably get in the way of the plan. Chris needs to figure out a way to shut him up. You see these dark bags under my eyes? The marks of a gamer god. Ha! Yeah, that's Chris. I can see you coming closer, so you must be enamored by them and want a closer look. As well as your humble, flightless friend, I would gladly bow down and let you observe to your heart's content. Before Birdly could finish talking, Chris grabs him by the collar and pulls him in, placing a kiss on his beak. After just a moment, they pull away and push Birdly back to his previous position. What? Birdly stammers and stumbles over himself, and his hands dart all around. For a moment, he goes quiet and stiff, eyes wide and locked on the floor, his mouth agape and stuttering.
Well, now I'll know how to shut him up.
Chris thinks, ignoring the way their heart was racing. This is like the most anime bullshit of all time. And also weirdly relevant to Tails Gets Trolled, like the Bugs Bunny method. If you just kiss them and do gay shit, they can't troll you back. It's genius. Chris thinks, ignoring the way their heartbeat was racing. They resume their trek, pushing all those conflicting feelings behind them. That's absolutely the thought process that like the harem protagonist would have, though. Like, oh, I just kiss you to shut you up, and I won't. And then like afterward, they're like, oh shit, kissing is a sign of human affection. I probably overstepped social boundaries by doing this, and this implies that I'm romantically interested in the individual in question. It's like, wow. As the orange building comes into view, they can see Susie already leaning onto the wall. Though the way she was leaning was very unusual, at least for her. It feels much limper, less rigid and sturdy, and instead of having her arms crossed, they hang weakly at her sides. She's looking up at the sky, so she doesn't notice them as they walk up to her.
Susie.
She turns indolently to face Chris. Her eyes are bright red and Lacasian lost.
Oh, hey, Chris, she drawls. I went to Castletown to get Ralsei, and he had this sick item.
She sticks her hand into her jacket's pocket and pulls up the largest blunt Chris had ever laid eyes on. The most humongous doobie in the history of green ganja. The filthiest foogie thummy of humanity.
So you know,
How high are you?
Chris asks.
What?
How high are you?
Chris repeats.
How much did you smoke?
Oh,
Chris face palms.
You should give it a try,
she suggests as she holds it out for them.
¿Quieres?
Not now,
they reply.
We got a job to do. Did you get Ralsei?
Oh yeah.
Susie digs around the same pocket she had just dredged the blunt from before pulling back out a jet black 35mm Glock brand pistol.
Here he is.
Susie.
Yeah?
That's just a jet black 35mm Glock brand pistol.
No, it's Ralsei.
She points at the tip of the gun.
See, it's got his hat.
Despite their better judgment, they lean closer to the nozzle of the pistol and squint. Sure enough, right on the edge of the gun sat a small green hat with little horns poking out.
Huh.
So are we like gonna do the thing, or?
Yeah, just give me the gun. I don't want you with it.
Yeah, whatever, dude.
She hands Ralsei the gun. Oh, she hands them the Ralsei gun.
He wouldn't stop asking for you when I was in Castletown anyway. Metal Gear?
That's a chat request. I said Metal Gear. Great gun discipline. This is brilliant, by the way. Ralsei was a Glock the whole time. Presumably the one used by Chris to fucking pump Azrael full of lead by accident. He empty clipped it, just every round in the chamber into Azrael by accident. That's how surprised they were. As soon as Chris grabs the gun, they hear a voice from somewhere.
Oh, Chris, it's so nice to be here in the light world with you. I can't wait to make more friends. Satan can get so drab sometimes. It's ever so wonderful to finally explore your world in my true form, and it feels so nice being helped by you too.
Chris shoves the gun back into Susie's hands.
I changed my mind. You can have him.
Sweet. So, what's the plan now? Do we just kick down the door? There doesn't seem to be anyone out here yet.
Chris looks at the door to the store, noticing the sign with closed written in Comic Sans. Why does Rousey sound like Gollum? I don't know. I was trying to do the Mercedes-Benz voice, but like I think my voice is too strained to pull it off. The actual Rousey voice for my videos is just me speaking normally pitched up 10%, and I can't do that in real time, so that's not going to work. The music stopped again. Oh, it's back. It's back. So they're breaking into the Sans' store.
Oh,
Chris groans as they lean against the wall.
the store is supposed to be open by now. I've said I expected this from that lazy bag of bones.
They sigh.
I guess we'll just wait for him out here.
Chris, Susie begins hesitantly.
I know I'm totally zooted out of my mind right now, but is it just me or does the sign say open now?
Chris snaps their head around so fast it makes a cracking sound. Sure enough, the sign had somehow been flipped while they were turned around.
What the? Whatever. Let's just go already.
Oh, do I get to kick down the door?
Susie excitedly asks.
Oh yeah, you do.
Chris says with a devilish smirk spread across their face.
Fuck yeah!
Susie rears back her leg over dramatically.
Susie kick!
Susie's leg rockets through the air, but before she can hit the door, it somehow opens by itself, causing Susie to lose her balance and fall on her butt.
Ah, that sucked.
He's messing with us.
Chris states, their teeth clenched angrily. They hold their arm out to Susie.
Come on, let's finish this.
Susie grabs Chris's arm and pushes herself off the ground unsteadily, the fall and the weed leaving her somewhat disoriented. That's Noita kick too. Yeah. The two teens give each other one last look before stepping into the dark supermarket. A shadowy figure is sitting at the cash register, waiting patiently.
Sup?
Before anyone can respond, there's a squeaking noise coming from between the two kids and their fluffy gun. Chris looks down at the source of the noise and sees a familiar red wagon, carrying the red soul that illuminates the room. Everyone is here. Whoa! Rolling between into the store. So this is like when, at the end of the Sans boss fight, when you push the battle box to the left to hit the fight button, that's what you do. Like the soul stuck in the birch cage, like pushed the wagon all the way there. There's a beat of dazed silence.
Is that Sans Undertale?
The soul suddenly yells. Susie screams in fear as she quickly shoots the soul with the Rousey gun and kicks the wagon as hard as she can. It flies over a few houses and vanishes to the horizon.
Well, that could be a problem.
Chris thinks. Shit. Susie quickly turns back to Chris.
Shit, sorry, trigger finger.
Well, that just happened.
Oh no, it's Sans.
Oh, well, that just happened.
Sans says nonchalantly, as if he hadn't just witnessed a purple girl dino kick a wagon with a birch cage with the human soul inside past the horizon.
If you kids want to buy anything, I'm afraid I'm still busy cleaning the store. Janitor duties. Susie.
Chris calls out, their tone serious.
Hand me the jet black 35mm Glock brand Rousey pistol.
Whatever you say, dude,
she says, tossing the pistol into their hand.
Oh, Chris, it's nice to meet you again. Feel free to be as rough with me as you want when pulling the trigger. I don't mind.
Rousey gleefully explains. Chris scowls but neglects to ignore him and points the gun up at the skeleton behind the register. Fuck. What is this Rousey dialogue? Fairly accurate. Chris points the gun at the skeleton behind the register.
Sans Undertale.
They shout with all their remaining energy.
This is for fucking my mother.
They fire the gun. The sound reverberates through their brain and the recoil makes them close their eyes. When they pry them open again, Sans is gone.
Hold your horses. You don't even know the full story yet.
The familiar monotone voice of the big-boned skeleton rings out from behind the two kids, somehow managing to sound remarkably threatening despite its flatness. Chris quickly turns around and attempts to fire again, but is only met with a hollow click.
Oh, sorry, Chris.
Rousey's voice rings out.
I should have told you, but I only had 2 rounds in me. Looks like I can't help you anymore from here.
Chris falls in fear. They look at Susie, who seems entirely discombobulated from everything. She probably thinks this is all just the weed. They turn back to Sans, who stands menacingly in the middle of the road, the rising sun covering him in shadow. His eye sockets suddenly look like dark voids, his eyelight's nowhere to be seen. Chris just barely is able to hold themselves together enough to not crumble under their own weight. Fighting to keep their legs from wobbling too much, their eyes quickly dart between Susie and Ralsei and back to Sans. Their breathing was erratic, and they were just barely able to force out a response.
Well, spit it out then. What else is there for me to know? I fucked your dad too.
No! They shout as they finally fall to their knees, their face contorting with pain and defeat.
What can I say? They don't call it a boner for nothing.
Rimshot, that sound effect. Fucking beautiful. Audience laughter. Sound effect. Come back. Roll credits. Go. Okay, that's enough before I get DMCA'd. Oh, brilliant. That was art. That was so much nicer than the last one. So much nicer. Even if it wasn't sincerely written, that was wonderful.
Fucked your dad too.
That's a good punchline. This is just like regular anime. That was a masterpiece. A-Press next? I guess we can do A-Press. We only have 20 minutes until the Fangamer stream starts, though, and I need to take a short break to just let my voice heal a bit. So maybe I'll take like a 5-minute break and then come back. Then we'll see how much of the A-Press we can get through to fill time until the Fangamer live stream. That's going to be the plan for now. I'll be back soon, okay? Chat's discussing the sweepstakes lore drops, I see. Wondering what Chris said to Susie, why it made her leave in such a hurry. That's mysterious, yeah. That's pretty clearly supposed to be a bit of foreshadowing for something. It's supposed to, I think it's supposed to be pretty meaningful, but I really can't guess. The only thing, I think to get that kind of effect, to like pivot the conversation's tone that quickly would have to be like, it would have to be something personal that Susie didn't realize Chris knew. Otherwise, like, I don't think anything else would really have had that effect. Chris said your mom, yeah. Because a lot of stuff would have just made Susie mad, but to actually make her, like, seemed like she was afraid and to leave, it would have had to be something like a really deep cut, like something that she was just shocked that Chris even was aware of. It's also really weird to know that, like, Chris and Susie had that much of a quote-unquote relationship before Chapter 1. It seemed like they'd kind of been ignoring each other, but, like, Susie had been, like, actively bullying Chris as a... That being a thing beforehand was kind of a surprise to me. You think that Chris just said, like, yours, implying to know about Susie's home situation? I feel like if Chris said that, like, Susie would have just gotten angry. I think it has to be something, like, even more niche somehow. But I don't know. The icy stuff is mentioned enough for it to, or too much for it to have only a minor role. Yeah, I think we're gonna get Icy as a secret boss eventually. I think that's inevitable. I don't know when that's going to be. If there's gonna be a dark world in the fucking pizza parlor, just gonna be a FNAF parody. I don't know. Icy is immune to Snowgrave. Oh, fuck. Oh, you're right. Graveyard Dark World. The box being buried in the graveyard. That it seems like almost inevitable now. If, of all things, that fucking piece of foreshadowing has tipped it over the edge. We're like, why would that be canon? Why would Toby specify that they buried an Icy effigy in the graveyard if he wasn't going to make it a Dark World? That has to be it. Holy shit. Fangamer's chat is a wall of peepus. I haven't looked at Fangamer in a while. I don't think we're going to be reading the A button fic, by the way. There's not enough time, and people just want to talk about the sweepstakes, it seems. I could just open the website. Here we go. The Spamton event. It's over. I guess this is all old news. This is all great fun, really. This is still mysterious. Is it actually Jack and Sally from Nightmare Before Christmas on here? Like, is that the fake out? Is the famous skeleton just going to be Jack Skellington? And instead of Megalovania, it's going to be like, this says Halloween, this says Halloween. I don't know what the punchline is to that one. Read the watch? Where'd the watch go? Oh yeah, this was pretty fucking on the nose here. Here lies the name of the angel with tattered wings. And it links to that thing about, yeah, Susie and Chris. But it's written by Noelle, so this seems to be weirdly implying, well, not weirdly, but like weirdly overtly applying that Noelle is the angel or something like that. Which, I mean, a lot of people have mentioned before. I never quite bought it just because I thought that it was too flimsy of a connection. I was like, well, the angel's something that everyone seems to worship in town. Why does that have anything to do with Noelle? But now Spamton seems to be doubling down on it. It's like, yep, Noelle's the angel, go fuck yourself. So I don't know what that means, to be honest. I don't understand why Noelle is so significant, besides, I guess, being the sister of Des, who is pretty clearly very significant now. This, among other things, this whole sweepstakes contained a lot more hints that Des is related to Gaster, or has been hidden, or you know, is the voice in the code now. That was already theorized by a lot of people, but it's been sort of implicitly confirmed by some of these little lore tidbits here. The ring. The other ring, I guess. Weird that there's two rings. It hurts, it hurts. Yeah, I've seen this too. It seems, unfortunately, inevitable now that Mike's canonical appearance is just going to be fucking pyrocynical TV head Tumblr sexy man. I've sort of resigned myself to that at this point. I didn't think it was going to happen, but like... Which tidbits? The Find Her? Yeah. Find Her in conjunction with like Noelle's theme song is called Lost Girl, I think. Which, it's not referring to her, I think that's referring to Des. So like Find Her, Lost Girl. We know that there's like a character that's in the code of the game that's sort of like crying for help. We know that Des was lost, like she's been missing forever. I think it lines up too well at this point. It's I think I have to make the call, and it seems like Des has been gastered or something. Menderbug thinks Lost Girl is supposed to be Des's theme. Yeah, it easily could. They could share a theme. It's I think that's what it's implying anyway. Lost Girl refers to Des. Oh wait, you highlight the text? Oh, I see. This is down here. Everyone is going to pay except Mike. That sounds like he's blaming Mike up here, and then he says everyone will pay except Mike. Spamton, you're weird, I don't get it. Damn you, Tenna? What? Tenna. I didn't notice that. Oh, you can't see the link from where it's cropped out. The link says damn you, Tenna. T-E-N-N-A. Which, you know, it sounds like antenna. And then you get static. Oh wait, what's that? What are you doing here? You shouldn't be here. Oh, there's more to this page. Aren't you forgetting something? Oh. The fuck is all this? This is a live reaction. I haven't seen these. There's water noise. Hang on. Shut up, lo-fi beats. What is this shit? Is this a door? It looks like a really... This is some like Friday night funking. Yes, that's what I meant to say. Some Five Nights at Freddy's death game bullshit here. Yo, I haven't seen these. Poggers. Alright, let's read it. I got 6 minutes. Did anyone else see the screen? Oh, did anyone else wander around the screen as a kid? The cross-shaped maze in the ice area from Dragon Blazers. Once you go in it, no matter where you go, you'll always be brought back to the same room. Normally one of the other characters is supposed to guide you through the maze, but it became one of the most famous, or should I say infamous, XP, parts of the game, because if you go there without that character, you'll basically get stuck forever. The developers actually say something about this in the manual. It warns you this glitch is actually one of the bad guy's magic spells. Yeah, sorry guys, I think you were just eating a little too much fruitcake while making that part of the game. It's the second time Noelle has used this phrase. God, she's cringy. Wasn't this a real thing? Like in one of the Sonic games or something, there was some glitch and they said it was like Eggman's evil technology or something. I forget what it was. As a kid, I had no idea this was a glitch. I literally spent hours on the screen wandering around there thinking there was an exit. Thing is, there actually is one. Somehow kid me was so stubborn, I think I went every single possible direction, somehow. Then the last direction you go is up. If you do that, you'll find a door that doesn't appear anywhere else in the game. This shocked me so much as a kid, I screamed and pulled my controller so hard it unplugged the console. I actually started crying, but I knew my mom would turn off the game if she heard me, so I held my breath and started hiccuping and gasping. I literally thought that I was going to choke on my tears. It only made me cry more that I had to plug the game back in myself. I was so scared that I thought I would get electrocuted and die from the wires. I was actually always afraid of electrical shocks too because I thought they were looking at me. Or electrical sockets because I thought they were looking at me. Come on, I was a weird kid, I promise. I wasn't a weird kid, I promise. I got over it after that. So I started the game again with my hands shaking and I went back to the maze. What's super weird was that I was able to get right back to the door. I was so happy I almost started screaming again, but remembered to hold my breath halfway. Now I was going to be able to see what was in the secret door. Or so I thought. It was locked, and I've never been able to find any key in the game that opens it. Since then, I can actually get to the door pretty consistently if I concentrate. Unfortunately, I don't exactly know what I'm doing, and it feels different every time, so I can't give any advice. I know this sounds really, really fake, but if anyone ever figures out a way to open the door, please, please, please sign my guest book. I'll even put you in my Hall of Fame, so there can be someone in it besides me. Wow. That's the lot. That's heavy. That's definitely not going to relate to some future part in Deltarune that leads you to Gaster or something. Holy shit. That's, this is back to that page with the birdly comments. We know about that. This seems like the deep lore, dude. This is like the door that you've never seen before. That's exactly what the Gaster sounds like an Undertale. It's like Gaster is essentially like a creepypasta. It's like, oh yeah, 1 in every 10,000 times this one door appears. But it's actually true. So this does smack strongly of Gaster to me. How did I get here again? There were 2 links, right? What was the bottom one? That's different. That's just back here. We don't care about that. The top one was this weird room. Which, like Noelle said, it was in the ice area in Dragon Blazers, right? Is this supposed to be like a Dragon Blazer screenshot here? It kind of has that vibe. It's like super retro. And then here, and the guest book is the last link here. Oh, it's back to here again. Okay, it all just links back to here. That's fine. The blue water reminds me of what Onion Sun says about the ocean. Yeah, kinda. There's still a connection with like water. Sorry, I'm chewing. The chair page when you click on it. It plays the water sound effect from Undertale, the one that plays when you're going into waterfall. So this is like super gastery, like darker yet darker. The tab name is like darker than dark. It's like, what the fuck's that? It's playing the water noise. We have Onion San saying that there's something weird in the water, a song, an old song coming from the water. And then we have this blue area, which isn't quite a water level, but it's starting to seem a little bit connected now, I gotta admit. Like, the Gaster vibes are sinking in, for sure. One more minute. Yeah, I should go to the main page. All right. I don't think we need a second stream chat personally, so I'm gonna full screen it when it starts. Oh shit. Noel calls the locked door to Spamton's shop nostalgic. So that's brilliant actually. That's a really good point. Because I think that's actually referencing her. She used to go and find these weird, glitchy, kind of broken areas in video games, and that's exactly what you have to do to start the Snowgrave route. You have to sort of, it's sort of like you're trying to find a glitch in the game, basically. That's what it's supposed to feel like. And so, going to Spamton's shop is Noel being nostalgic for glitch hunting. That's actually really cool, because that line never really made sense before, or at least it would have had some other meaning. My chat is lagging. Well. I don't know what to do about that. There's going to be lots of delay. I'm streaming a stream. Don't worry about it. Hide the other chat? I'm going to, but I can't full screen it yet. I guess I can just do that. But now you can look at my fucking recommendations. Oh, here it is. Wow. There we go. Let's go. This is official. This is canon. We're going to church today. Here's some more of the Holy Book read to us. I'm a reaction streamer now. Hell yeah. Hey, if Jaru can do it, so can I. Is it too loud? It's probably too loud. That's true. I did do the Jaru reaction stream. That was a long time ago, though. I don't talk about that. A VTube avatar when? It's never going to be a VTube avatar, but JD made me this horrible little Tesla Trollsona Homestuck sprite that animates and has like a tantrum. So maybe that'll come up one day. Spamton's public execution lore essay. I should change the title of the stream now too, probably. Or fuck it, who cares? If you're here, you're here. Everyone else can go watch the official broadcast. Doesn't matter. Do a collab with all the Deltarune theorists. That sounds cool in theory. The problem is, none of us fucking agree on what the game is or how to interpret it, so I'm not sure what we'd do. It would just be us arguing with each other for half an hour, and the video would end. All right, we got news here. Channel 2 community video text, television signal stable. Sunday at 3:23. Coming up next, Spamton Value Network Sweepstakes. Ooh. The Spamton Value Network. Fire Hot Sweepstakes starting soon. The Spamton Value Network special sweepstakes shall begin momentarily. In the meantime, get your heart ready. Cool. He's gonna like rapture bomb us through the screen. It's gonna be like one of those Chris Angel broadcasts where he like levitates you. Today's flash deal. Our boys in blue, 0 or 100 chromer, hatches in seconds. That's a photorealistic peepus. Oh shit. I don't like it. It just stops. That was George Costanza or something. Danny DeVito. That was fucked up. I don't like that. I hope that never comes back.
Surprises.
It's coming back. Shit. Fuck, this is like, did they get Alan Resnick in on this one? This is fucked. This is like unedited footage of a bear or something. We're in like Gary's mod now. Turn volume up. Okay. There he is.
Hey, Eddie!
It's me, Spamton, Spamton, Spamton.
Fake Spamton.
Here at the one, the only, the Spamton Value Network. Welcome one, welcome all. Who wants a prize? No. Who wants a wild prize? You want a prize? You want a prize? You. Anyone can get a prize at the Spamton Value Network. But first, the National Spamton.
It's just happy. Isn't this song copyrighted anyway? Like, you'll get sued by some douchebag if you try to play this song. It's going up.
God bless Spamton. And now,
Why does he not sound like Spamton? He's not Spamton, he's Spamton A Spamton. Unrelated.
and now, an excerpt from Ode to Spamton.
He showers our souls with incredible deals, and with hearty peepus, our hearts he so steals. No fool would be greater than he who denies that Spamton give me the chance to earn wild prize.
Is this a
Not
prayer?
circus clown
Of course.
Who's more sick than he's funny? A lovable salesman who give me free money. You may ask, who is next? You may ask, who will be? Who will be the secret boss of adventure no free?
Oh.
Me don't knows, and me don't cares. Me only cares about Spamton. The rest can go up in the airs. Please pay $4.99 to continue the poem.
This is fucked. Is this these analog horror series that everyone was talking about? Is this Mandela Catalog yet? I've never watched it. I assume this is what it was like. Each call costs $50. State your case or fuck off. Can you actually call that number? I don't know. I'm not going to call the number.
Who's ready for a wild, wild, wild prize? Spamton's wild prizes are ready to be given. Spamton Wild Prize is here. Spamton, it's Spamton time. Who wants a prize? We're giving them away. If you enter the Spamton Super Sweepstakes, you could win a wild prize all of your own. And tonight, we're here to tell you all about those prizes and all about their value. So, let's see some prizes. Prize number 1. The peepees. We'll do that one more time. Everybody at home. These chewed up Spamton wrappers, not what they are.
Don't rush it. Don't rush it.
I'm convinced like Tim Heidecker is like behind the camera or something.
Spampose. Spamton. First up, we've got Fan Gamer gift cards. Give the gift of fan to your favorite gamer with these cards. You'll be begging to call them Fun Gamer after you swipe these little guys in your favorite slot. Up to $50 value free. Shirtwear. No shirt, no Spamton, no service. This product fixes all 3 problems in one.
Is it
issue
early
alone.
John Waters
With
cinematography?
Spamton's
Yeah.
lovely smile on your torso.
Death is my politics and filth is my life.
Spamton's old socks.
Cool.
Spamton's old official Spamton toilet paper. You'll be begging to give the gift of paper to your favorite toilet with these collectible, quotable, issue-free tissues. You'll be begging to call the toilet gamer after you swipe these little guys. The string. Nothing says trendy like.
This sounds like pre-recorded and like it was done live in one take at the same
This
time.
one's coming to your house, whether you like it or not.
Oh, turn up the volume?
Championship belt. I didn't spend years inside the ring for nothing. Years inside the ring. Years inside the ring. Years inside the ring. So much pain, and that's value. Those prizes were wild, and now somebody won them. And who are you?
What was that up in the rafters there? There was a shape up there. I didn't see it. Gift card winners. Hey, these are real people who won gift cards. Anyone here win? No wonder Toby said this wasn't canon. Yeah, no shit. Wormstring winners anonymous. Oh.
Enjoy your prize. You will get a confirmation email informing you of your prize. Make sure it doesn't go to your spam folder. Now I will juggle. So let's do
Hello, everybody! Ladies and worms, it is
Oh, dear.
I, Spamton B. Spamton. Behold, from the dumpster, it is I, Spamton, here
Joel Haver
from
enters.
Spamton Value Network.
I hope that's just Toby Fox.
Behold!
What are you doing? Why'd you do that? Why the hell did you do that?
Who are you?
I'm supposed to be Spamton. That's why I got the suit. No, that's my job. I'm Spamton. But I have the suit. Don't mess with the balls. What are you even? We don't have mocap. What? We don't have. Don't get out of here. We don't have mocap. And I'm Spamton. I'm Spamton A. Spamton. But get out of here. You don't. No, don't touch the ball. Don't. Give me that. No. Put that back on.
We don't even have mocap.
Who is that man?
Ow! No, what the?
Get out of here.
What the fuck is this? This is beautiful. Tim Heidecker could have made this. He could have tricked me.
Hungy. Hungy. Hungy?
Experience a new frontier of sustenance with the Spamton Neutrinos, your first and only stop to your next wonderful meal. Simply apply the nozzle to your mouth and siphon the nutritional substrate, making sure not to blow into the nozzle. You'll feel satisfaction in seconds. The Neutrinos is filled with a nutrient-rich slurry which is easily administered out of the nozzle, quickly and efficiently sending food to every part of your body. Do not
Spamton
blow into the
vape,
nozzle.
chat says.
Don't let dehydration or hunger slow you down. Don't wait. Don't ask your doctor if the Spamton Neutrinos is right for you.
It's rife with amphetamines. The good shit. Is this like the Germa extended universe? Like Germa 987? Spamton B Spamton?
How many Spamtons do you know? There's only one Spamton in the globe. Do you love my Spamton globe?
What's
Get ready
going
for
on?
wild prizes.
You're asking me what's
Yo,
going on? Ask Toby
Spamton,
Funks what's
Spamton,
going
back
on.
at it again. Don't
He
know
made
what
this.
that was
He
with,
did this.
but we're here with Prizes 2, the sequel to Prizes. Our first prize of the second prize.
There's a non-zero
the wild
chance of
prize,
Germa showing up as
Spamton, after not
Spamton
surviving,
J.
The new ideal
Spamton.
corpse of everyone's favorite salesman, finally contained in glass, not spreadable for easy snacking. Wrong.
Why is he... Okay. He was just in the back doing a
crossing
sumo
sign.
squat.
Uh-oh, Congadero. Ha ha. Cookie of boy.
He just cuts out...
He may be smart, he may be small, but this little boy is one heck of a ball. Bursting with inedible flavors, this limited edition fake looks so handsome, but do not touch. Next, we
It's
have
3D
the
printed,
authentic
apparently.
cardboard box, which seems to be covered in hair.
I was wondering if they put like an actual reindeer hide on the
Spamky
inside.
Candle, Spamton
That would have been
scented
realistic.
Candle. Did you ever want to smell Spamton? Because this scent-exclusive candle smells just like his... I'm sorry, I mean my ass, which I love to smell all the time.
I hope the Noel box doesn't end up with some sort of like slash dough enthusiast. That would be an unfortunate outcome. That's a banana, yeah.
Uh-oh. Wow.
How did they make
Prizes.
him that uncanny looking? That's beautiful.
Holy Via Toledo. Those prizes are coming to somebody. I don't know who. The answer is inside me.
Oh yeah, Hideo Kojima directed this part. Corpse winner, Mettaton. Mettaton got Spamton's corpse. That's pretty cool. I hope he enjoys it. The hacking organization Anonymous got the Spamton's ass scented candle. Cool.
Winners are there. You got them.
Maypog? Wonder who that
You
is.
will get a confirmation email informing you of your prize. Make sure it doesn't go to your spam folder. How about I juggle for you?
Yeah. Yeah, juggle. You know, clipped out of reality. Fuck. There's a painting of a sheep back there, by the way. Is anyone analyzing that in the lore pit yet? The painting of sheep. It could be a metaphor for sheep. Could be a reference to the Dreamer family. Rather sheepy looking. They look kind of like sheep, I guess.
The soothing sound of the songbird. The lush rustle of the meadow.
I think that was an Outer Wilds sound effect.
All of these sounds and more can be found in this new audio CD. Top 100. The natural sounds of Spamton. From the one and only Spamton. Including bygone classics such as Spamton music. The whole family will be joining in to kill your PB. Kill your PB. Kill.
Oh yeah. This is a banger. This goes hard.
Special deal. Call the number on the screen or visit our spam site today.
Kill your
Remember,
TV, yeah.
Is only one away.
If this was made by anyone else, it would be a new analog horror. I think this is a new analog horror. It just happens to be made by Toby Fox and canon not canon to Deltarune. Like it just is. Oh, is that Trouble Dingle they played in the music box? Oh, that's interesting. Deep cut. I actually can't recognize the sound test songs like
my
that.
friend, you are the best. An object, heart-shaped. Please take from my chest. I'll give you my riches. I'll give you my pores. Crumb or sandwich I feed you, like money-filled s'mores. You are honest and perfect. No need to repent. I'll give you my stuff till I don't have a cent. And when I have given, with no more to give, I'll make sure his haters have not long to live.
Hell
I'll
yeah.
smash my TV with a battering ram.
I'll kill my TV with a battering ram.
Beautiful.
I'll brush my TV with mayonnaise and slime.
This must be leading up to some Mike lore. Like,
I'll crush my TV for its horrible crime.
this is basically all just like a Mike promo. They're just setting him up to be the new villain of WWE.
Spamton is here, and he I adore.
So I look because the thing doesn't work anymore. I look like Spamton, right?
Yeah. You look like, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So good. Yeah.
Welcome back to the Spamton Value Network, your home of wild prizes and crazy times. Now, it's time for you to get a word in. We're opening our phone lines to speak directly to our callers at home. Callers, call in now. You have to go to the phone.
Sheep and wingdings is the movements of the night chess piece. I guarantee that's not true, but it's funny regardless.
We're taking calls right now.
It's
While Spamton heads to
or
the
is
phone
it?
room, we're gonna.
Let's see. H is the down hand, and E is the left hand. So it contains the movement of a knight, but the rest of it is nonsense. So
Announce some
true.
more wild prizes and their wild winners.
egg is a different direction that the knight can move.
All right. Spamton prize number 1. Rousey nurse costume for plush. Oh, look at the little scringly dingly. Look at the little plongy spongy.
Oh, yeah.
Look at Plock 2. This disgusting yet popular animal will win us so much money, this time selling medical supplies. Your best Heart Locket. Let it rip! Bay the most popular kid on the playground when everyone sees who your best friend is. Kill the other kid's toys by swinging him around like a mace. Believe in him, and his barrier will protect you. Spamton, Mr. and Mrs. Anthruple Cutting Board. 1, 2, 3. And presto! I now pronounce you Spamton.
What
Shut
the
up and
fuck are
kiss
they
me
doing
now.
back there?
Just be careful. I'm using this to cut up my favorite string cheese.
Literally, what are they doing?
Rug. Ooh!
That's a peepus.
Ow! Ouch! Ouch, ouch, ouch! My foot is wet! Oh, good thing someone left this bath rug here, and the peepus fibers are so soft and snug. I think I might just curl up and make this my nest. Embroidered bathrobe and slippers.
Isn't Thruple the fish from Shovel Knight? That's a trople.
Weird Spamton bathrobe. Put it on anywhere and come right out. Your friends will be none the wiser. Great robe, great brand, and of course, great Spamton. Great Spamton.
You're just having a moment down there.
Fun. This isn't just a poster. This is a type of revolutionary technology that may be famous 20 years from now. Anew the future of ripping people off. Don't miss out. The value is dropping as we speak.
That's Spamton Yoga.
Wow. That may be our best batch of wild
It
prizes
decreases
yet.
your
But
lifespan
who's
and
gonna
turns
take
off
them
all
home?
chakras.
I know the answer. Go!
Hell yeah, Dave. Diavolo. So you got the fucking peepus rug? Okay.
And there they went. Those are our winners. Congratulations on your wild prize.
Yo, Dave from
You will
chat?
get a confirmation
I
email
assume Dave
informing
Strider.
you of your prize. Make sure it doesn't go to your spam folder. Like, all right, to be serious for a moment, this kind of live video content costs a lot of money. So we're really thankful to our sponsor for making all of this possible. Hey, can we get our sponsor up on the screen? There we go. Yeah!
Hell yeah.
Yeah! Woohoo!
I don't like the detailed
Alright.
peepus. I don't like it.
Alright, yeah! Peepus. All right.
That's the canon
So,
pronunciation.
I
We
guess
finally
it's time
know.
For more wild prizes. Let's go. Next on the what?
Hey, you're supposed to do the demonstration. There's a demonstration thing.
What?
He looks like he's in.
demonstration thing that you have to. There's a demonstration thing that you have to do.
He's in Birdly cosplay.
Well, it looks like we are going to have a live demonstration of some fresh marine product.
You will enjoy
Come on
real
in, Spamton.
peepus.
Spamton, well now try one.
What is it?
Yeah.
This is grotesque.
Fresh.
It's visibly blue. This is banned in Germany.
Yeah, fresh peepus.
Put the whole thing in.
Is this a mukbang? Yeah,
What?
probably.
Put the whole thing in.
Spamton mukbang.
Boys in blue.
Okay. I think this one's a girl.
Okay. Just do it.
This was made 30 years ago and Spamton was based off of it. The 6D chess. How does this tie into Chapter 3 lore? It fucking doesn't. We're still stuck in Spamton land. No one voted to execute him, so we just have Spamton now. Who gives a shit about Chapter 3? The Canadian Consumer Product Safety Commission wants to They're banned in Canada already, fuck. Dispute The sweepstakes doesn't even ship to Canada.
To a hamburger restaurant. Your safety is of the utmost importance to us.
It's a reference to the Burger King Pokemon tie? I've never heard of that.
Keep blowing. God. Get off of me. Okay. No more of that. No more of that, Spamton.
No more?
No more. Can you leave, please? Please leave. All right. Go to the phone. The phone.
It's gonna get sexual any minute, says chat.
All right, folks.
There's some
Now
weird
we
energy
have a very
here.
special caller on the line, someone you know and love, to announce the winners of the auction for the Birdley statue and the Mona Spamton. We have a very special guest, world famous composer Tony Fox. Tony.
My favorite.
Tony.
The fuck is that?
Hey, Tony.
Is that Notch?
Tony.
Who are you? Who put this camera in my house?
Tony, it's time to head over the prizes. The wild prize.
I don't know you. I don't know what you are. You can't have it.
Does he
Tony, don't
have
play dumb.
Woody
We know
on
you
his
have the
shirt?
prizes. It's time to hand them over.
No, you can't have it.
Tony.
I need it.
No, Tony. Tony, what did we
My
talk about?
prizes.
Tony.
I need them.
Tony.
No.
Tony. Tony.
Looks like Doug
Tony
Walker.
Fox, everybody.
It really doesn't, but okay.
And winners.
Oh my god, these two rich motherfuckers. That Mona Lisa sold for over $20,000.
All right. And of course, what would the Spamton Value Network be without a wild prize block? Again, let's do it. Spamton, play us on. Let's go to those prizes. First up, we have Peepus Big Shot Fantasy Ship Ring. See your fantasy come true. The 3 Peepus 3-peat. Only a legend could do it in their dreams. Finally, you think it's time for the words you always wanted to hear. You did it. I'm proud of you. But no one will say that. No one.
Nice.
Engraved wristwatch. Hochi mama, do my eyes deceive me. A real genuine watch. How did this get on there? We can't sell this. It's too much value. Bye. If this is yours, I'm sorry.
Genuine.
Special news. Scientists are baffled that local salesman Spamton has invented a new dimension. You're gonna need a special 3D glasses you can't see through for this, because if you look too long, you'll cry from the beauty.
Hi mates, welcome to Bottom Gear.
But it's turning into that kind of diction.
Hot mamas in your area, real wine glass 100% replica. I can't admit it, folks. I put my mouth on this. Break the emergency glass and do the same. That's 2 indirect kisses, double the value. All free. I feel sick. Warning, please do not break the glass, please. Skeleton snow globe.
You still can't see it.
I can't believe we're allowed to show this on TV. The most famous, hottest skeleton. Swallow your droll, because now he can be yours. Engraved with Spamton's name, so you can always know the only person you can trust.
I want to know what's inside that so bad.
That's right, folks. It's all the ones. The big and the small, the little and the large. Everyone is here, and they won't let me have a single one. I'm fuming, I'm zooming, and if you like that, you're gonna love this.
What is the skeleton? I don't know. That's what I'm asking.
Spamton.
Is it Jack Skeleton? Is it Sans Skeleton? Among Us won the snow globe. Fuck. We'll never get it back now.
And we'll be right back with more wild prizes.
Jack Skeleton is a Tumblr sexy man, isn't he? Ooh.
Don't touch that yet. Don't touch it.
Who is that? Who is that man? That was Wayne Radio TV. Wayne Radio. This is an actual, a known entity who is behind this, and has been commissioned to make this bullshit. Okay. Unsolved miracles. Keep going.
I'll dress in thine face and in thine costume, and smile while odes to your greatness I croon. I'll lend my life force, I'll give all my power, even if doing I die in 1 hour. It's all for this message. Listen forth to my plea. Play Spamton Wars now, free on Peepus 3. Play Spamton Wars now, free on Peepus 3. Spamton, of all men who ever lived, you are the best. May the hymn of the angels sing thee to thy rest.
Angel mentioned. Oh.
And now for our final prizes.
Spamton engraved wedding ring. Over the years, I've given you countless bleh. Now, it's your chance to be a big shot of your own and give one to me. I promise I will say yes if you are hot or have any other easily exploitable qualities.
Hell yeah, Spamton.
Our premier item, our fleet.
He's got the attraction sign out. He knows what his standards are.
Hey, everybody.
Is it fucking... Is it fucking Pickle Rick?
Spamton ass! Spamton ass! Yes! Spamton yes!
Oh my god.
Spamton yes!
I don't know what I'm looking at
one
anymore.
and only Spamton body pillow. Don't you want to cuddle me all night long using my huge ass as a pillow? Okay, I'm gonna say that again. And when I say it, everyone in the audience
This isn't real.
Yes!
Someone pointed out that Spamton's ass on the body pillow looks exactly like the fucking Germa edit.
Using my huge ass as a pillow?
Yeah. And here are our winners.
Yeah. Who won? What is this music? I know it from somewhere. Oh,
Well, it's time
$6
for
from
more
Ryu. Thanks for streaming us. I don't think I could have watched it alone. No problem. This is fucked. This holds its own among other
Welcome back to the Spamton Value Network.
like dedicated
The only home of wild
weird
prizes
internet shit that I've
Spamton's
watched.
beautiful
Like
eyes. Here tonight, we've got even more wild
Like, this
prizes
is
in
good-
store for you.
good
Can
stuff.
you believe it? We might be on number 50. I can't count. Spamton carbine knife.
what I'm trying to say is even compared to other shit that is trying to be as weird and off-putting as possible, this is like pretty
Is a
outstanding.
wonderful knife that will allow you to.
Hey guys, is this on? Sorry it took so long for the stream.
Oh, there they are.
We just had some
What stream?
technical difficulties.
This is the stream. No,
we got this report that someone's been doing some kind of like really creepy fake broadcast. Just want to let you know that's not us. They've been selling bootleg merchandise.
I talked to Spamton hired me.
Like carbine knives or something. It's ridiculous.
No, those are Spamton value
But
items.
it's okay. So we got their information. We're taking some, action, and once things go through, we'll be able to put a real stream on for you guys. Okay? So just hold tight.
So for our next item, Spamton sniper rifle. Can we get that up on the screen? Can we get that up on the screen? Looks like we're having a little issue, folks. Yeah, nothing that a big shot like Spamton can't fix. So let's just wait a second and.
I'm not Spamton. I'm not Spamton. Let me go, please, please. I swear this wasn't my idea. I swear I'm not really.
FBI moment.
FBI, open up!
That's what happens if you pirate a Nintendo game in real life, by the way. That happens to you. Is it the same fucking sewer that items went into? Have they palette swapped it to make it look like the fucking Field of Hopes and Dreams? What the fuck is this? Yeah, this is a John Waters movie. Like, chat was right. This is just like Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. Or...
Spamton, please.
Yeah, what song was that? Run? Or
Spamton, I don't know what to do, Spamton.
like that's the song when they were when you're running in the cliffs.
Spamton, please, you guys tell me what to do. You guys tell me what to do.
Oh my god. Someone got him. He was using a phone, but he also wasn't really Spamton. But also he was calling Spamton on the phone to help him, but also Spamton was the one calling the phone, and the person wouldn't help him. I'm very confused right now. Like, I just don't, like, what, I'll have to rewatch that or something, and maybe that won't help anyway. Wayne and Scorpion Vollup? Is that the thing, the channel, the known entity? Huh. I could have died happy without seeing this, chat says. Not me. This is worth it. In memoriam, Spamton a Spamton.
Now your chance to be a big shot.
Yeah, we win. Yay. Fake. Bullshit. Or no, that's real. I was like, oh wait, it's actually my recommended videos. It's probably not fake. Are they gonna do another live stream then? Or is that the whole thing? Is there an actual dad live stream after this? For fuck's sake. What do I do? Like, that was everything they wanted to announce, but it's like, they also said that they were going to do another stream, which is like, I'm suspicious. Whether there's like an addendum one that's going to be 2 minutes long after that. But that was like, okay, wow. Am I a drum and bass enjoyer? Kinda. Go to the You're Here Early page. I don't even know if I know what that is. What's here now? That's just a recording. Looks like the same. Wow. Nothing new. The Tenna page. Oh. Oh, yeah, you're right. You're right. Let's see if I can remember how to get back to it. It was the ring. And then you click the TV, then you scroll down. Damn you, Tenna. You shouldn't be here. Oh, it doesn't say you're here early, just that you shouldn't be here. Click this one. You go to the blue void. Click the door. It's the same. The white noise broke the stream. That's, well, white noise is very hard to stream in general. You're early. Oh, I'm still early though. Delete this. Check the prizes. Do we have a winner listed? No, no, it's the same. That's nothing. It kind of seems like there's just nothing new. The videos here? What did they... Is there another one? No, no, no. Check the man. I know you click above the tree and then you get this, the creepypasta from Noel. There's nothing like weird over here, is there? The TV is off page? Is it just like TV? It's off. There was no way to turn this on, was there? Was it like TV 2 or something? No. There was something about having like a second TV sprite. Someone in chat didn't know there was an ARG involved. Oh, buddy, yeah, you got some catching up to do. There's not actually that much to it. I was a little bit relieved to find out. It's kind of overwhelming, but there's only like 26 or 5 pages in total, I think. What number does the Noel blog say now? It said 26. Check the part with the white squares in the ocean. You can select the image. If you try to copy it, you get ice. If you look at the code, it has stuff in it. Oh boy. Jaru reacted to this? Did he make a new video? What did he do? Did he stream it? Okay, sweepstakes. We go to the ring. Not that ring. The ring. Here. Click the TV. This, if I try to copy it, it does something. What does it do? Noise. Still noise. I'm not sure what I'm copying exactly there. Inspect element, maybe. It's noise, small, PNG. It's been a long time since I've done any HTML, so I'm kind of at a loss as to how to read this. Hidden ocean. Image ice.png. Oh, there it is. Where is this? How do I see it? Palace Glacier. Is this the page that it takes you to, the Ice Palace? That's the post about the Ice Palace. And we have an image here. Oh, what's that? Okay, this is a kind of a new image, ice.png. So I guess that's confirmation at least that blue area is supposed to be ice. Yeah, I don't know what I'm really doing anymore. I'm pretty sure the event is over, but just like, there's a lot to process there. Oh, the thumbnail changed, but it's same video. Why are we at 300 viewers? The fuck? Did everyone just come off the stream and be like, what's this guy doing? Hello, new viewers. Hi. This was a fanfiction reading stream until it became this, and we're all just sort of here now. Any secrets in the description? Maybe. I'm not usually that much of like an ARG sleuth, I gotta say, but like, this obviously has my attention. There's nothing in the description, no, it's the end question mark, same as Mother 3, but without the walking around credit sequence. We're waiting for the live stream reaction? What do you want in terms of my reaction? It was fucking weird and beautiful, and I'm not gonna know what the fuck to think about it for a little while, I think, so wow. Andrew, can I send you what I found? Depends how? I don't think it'll let you put a link in the chat. I should probably turn off the noise. What's generating that? Okay, stop it. Did anyone see the numbers on the stream? No, I didn't see those. There's probably a million fucking little Easter eggs that you have to go back and dissect from that. I'm not going to be doing that live. That's a lot, but there's probably a shit ton to dive into there. I'm just looking ahead to it. Oh my god. Read more fan fiction? No, my voice is tired. I don't think I could do more of those. Maybe I'll do the A button fic. Maybe I'll do the fucking A button fic. Yeah, send me the thing on the Discord if you want. That's a good place to put it. The mood is too different. I can't just read Birdly explains what half an A press is. Well, after that, like, that was a complete tone shift there. We can't go back now. One of the audios has a spectrogram for Spamton. Oh. What was sent to me on Discord? Oh, it's a stream art that JD made? That's kind of funny. Can I, there we go. JD made that for that one, fan fiction. It's beautiful. It's the Relsey gun. Was anything else sent to me? Oh, there it is. Oh, it's HTML. Oh, okay. What's this? Yeah, I saw that in the HTML. Ice Palace Glacier. Yeah, like there's some images here. This is in the page, the white noise page. Blue Beetle, Blue Right, Ice Palace Glacier, image assets.ice.png. But also ocean is referenced. So it's like either it's both ice and an ocean that's being kind of referenced here. And if you run the code, it looks like that. So fuck, man, I don't know. You scroll down on the static page to do Control A on the upper link. Oh, I've done that. Like that's all old news now. Where is it? You go here, there's static, you scroll down, Control A, upper link, and you go to the blue zone. Yeah, like we've seen the blue zone. And apparently this is the Ice Palace. That seems to be what is indicated here, and this takes you... So I'm thinking like it seems to imply that this is the area that Noel's talking about in this blog post, like the Dragon Blazers Ice Maze. Like this seems like a screenshot from Dragon Blazers, basically. It doesn't seem to take directional inputs or anything, so I don't know if there's any further interactivity here. The stream dies every time I load up the static page. It has a very high information density. The top of the static is something. Oh. It put me back here. Why? Okay, that's just like a different version of the page. Gotta go here, gotta go here, gotta go there, kill the stream. I can't see anything on top. Like, Control A doesn't do anything. We could do this all day, right? But, like, I don't really know how much further we can push this here. We're in an infinite pseudo-ARG loop, yeah. Use tab to see everything? I mean, yeah, well, it shows you these, but I already knew about those. This just takes you to the green room. This is fun, but I have a feeling it's over. I'm the same way, yeah, like, I'm pretty sure this is done for now, and people have already picked over this outside of here. And I'm sorry for anyone who's just joining now, but like this has already been kind of a long stream of me reading a bunch of like weird fan fiction, so my voice is kind of tired, and I'm probably gonna have to call it about now. As interesting as this was. But like, yeah, shit. Chat genuinely feels like there's a missing last step. If there is, it's gonna show up on somewhere. You won't hear about it here, though. I don't even have Twitter. It'll show up on Twitter or something. Someone will hear about it on Twitter. Are you going to stream again soon? Well, I stream on Sundays. Today was like a weird exception. Like, I usually do some sort of old game that's related to Undertale, but I was in between games today. I'm going to be doing Chrono Trigger next Sunday. And so I thought I'd do some weird fan fiction for fun. And next Saturday, I'll be doing a stream, actually, a special stream, responding to comments on my the video I just put out, the what was so good about Undertale one. So there's a shit ton of comments on that video, my god, so that's going to take forever. I guess tune into that if you're into hearing me. It's going to be a bunch of people relating their stories about like the first time they played Undertale, basically, and it driving them insane, and mental breakdowns ensuing, so that should be fun. Yeah, I don't know if there's anything else I have to say right now, because I'm kind of tired. My brain's kind of fried from all this fucking Spamton bullshit. There's so much of it. If I have anything intelligent to say... Oh wait, the thumbnail artist is in chat? You drew that? Holy shit, yeah, I recognize Booperoos is the Tumblr blog who drew that Spamton and Jevel art that was on the thumbnail. Well, thanks for joining. It's an honor. It's an honor, honestly, to... I'm glad that I stole your art and not someone else's. I'll link you in the description, though, of course, you know. I'm not heartless about it. Proud to contribute, hell yeah. There's no actual Spamton X Jevel in the fanfiction, though, is the sad thing. It was clickbait. The more accurate one to use would have been the Susie and Birdly Mortatwy. Like, something like this. That would have been much more on point for the actual content of the stream, but it just didn't look as nice. I needed a better vibe for the thumbnail, so... There was some rules card and Jevel, or it was sort of like Jevel and Sham, actually, seemed to be the relevant Jevel ship with this one. You need to write Spamville smut and read it to chat to make up for your false advertisement. I'm not going to do that. And I'm not going to do that, basically. Oh well. I'm sure if anyone can find some good Spamville fanfiction and send it to me, maybe we can do another one of these streams, because apparently they're really popular. So, but it depends. Like, these streams are fun, but the thing you don't realize is that, like, they're pretty hard to put together behind the scenes, because they need to gather the fanfics and they got to vet them and they got to be good. They can't just be all shit posts. They can't all be just smut. They you have to have like a good range and a really specific tone. So I need like bulk submissions to make another one of these happen, basically. So if anyone knows any like good weird fan fiction that they want read, like go to my Discord server and there's a thread to submit that. Because I want more Undertale and Deltarune weird fiction to be kind of known. But there's not really any famous go-to. There's no My Immortal or Sonic High School for Undertale, you know? That's kind of a shame. There should be. Lower your standards. All right. If I wanted to just do fucking Sonic fan fiction, that shit's a dime a dozen. That stuff's easy to find. Have you seen the fic where Asgore writes an Among Us fanfic? That sounds amazing. I mean, if you want it, just to submit it then. I guarantee I haven't heard of anything that you've heard of, so. Hilarious enough, you've been writing Undertale fanfiction while watching the stream. That's commitment. Wow. That's beautiful. I hope it's better than Urmis, I guess is what I can say to that. Okay, I've kind of been stalling here, but I am going to end the stream now, because, like, I don't have anything more intelligent to say. It's just going to be me rambling to chat until I terminate the stream here, so... goodbye, everyone. Thank you 300 fucking people for showing up. I don't know why, but, like, cool, I guess. Cool, thanks. And I'll see you next Saturday, maybe, if you want. If you want some comment responses next Saturday, if you want some Chrono Trigger next Sunday. And maybe more of this in the future when I get more fixed. So, bye, everyone.